the second leg, Ashley Coleman.
I'm not sure that Joe Proctor's not even going to look at tops this time.
Double 18 for 116. The ton topper for Devon Peterson.
And he's hit it.
Gage on the second leg.
Okay, double 13. That'll do. He has got form for that.
And board management, you've got to smile because it's just so natural and normal.
Trina Gulliver.
It's a lovely finish, to be fair.
Good morning and welcome along to the Modus Super Series on the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's the final day's play as far as Group A is concerned, and it is the gun, Tommy Morris, that leads the pack going into Wednesday's action. Watching all of the action on this Wednesday morning, it is Laura Turner, and well, we do have a real exciting three-horse race for the line.
Yeah, we do, and I think there's going to be quite a lot of jostling for a position when it comes to those Group B spots as well, so there's still quite a lot for all these guys to play for today, but yeah, it definitely is quite tight at the top still.
Well, it's Tommy Morris that leads the way going into the final day's play. 14 points to his name. Yesterday, there was no shadow of a doubt. He was the player of the day.
Yeah, both in terms of stats and in terms of wins. We mentioned it yesterday morning, and we thought if someone could just go through the card, okay, he didn't quite do it, but he got 4 wins out of the 5. And, you know, for me, he just looked like the most likely player. He was solid. He started to find his range when it came to finishing as well, because he struggled a little bit with that on the Monday. But, yeah, Tommy Morris, if he carries on the way he did yesterday and improves once again, he's definitely going to be the man to beat.
We were mentioning his front running. Once he got in front in games, he really found a rhythm. It was hard for players to really pen him back in.
Yeah, it sounds strange, but he almost looked like he sped up. There was like a sense of urgency. You could see how confident he was becoming when he actually started to take that lead. So, yeah, I think if you let Tommy get in front of you, he's just going to run away with it. So it's about these players trying to rein him in, keep up with him, and just take those chances when they get them, because they're not coming along that often.
Well, the player who's going to provide the closest opposition, or one of the players who's going to provide the closest opposition, is Andy Davidson, the ADC qualifier from Edinburgh in Scotland. Again, another really solid day, numerically, statistically, and that win against Tommy right at the very end could be so key if he wins the group.
Yeah, absolutely. It's another thing that we discussed. That could be a real turning point for the entire group. It was a very important win for Davidson, and I think it's an exciting start because they're the two that actually kick off the action later on today. So, that's going to be massive, and I think that's the game. If Tommy doesn't top Group A after today, that could be the game that made all the difference.
Well, let's have a look at the table then going into the final day's play, because Ashley Coleman's the other player on 12 points. What will be your overall assessment of his week so far? Yeah,
he's been solid. He's been solid throughout. His finishing, especially at the beginning of the sessions, has been outstanding. It just felt perhaps as it got to the end of yesterday's session, we mentioned it was him, Devon Peterson. It's like they were running on fumes. So it's about pacing yourself and just making sure that you get the job done. Ashley's well in contention for this group as well. So, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out, but I think it's just keeping those energy levels up as well.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookies think about today's action. And these are the outrights. Tommy Morris goes off the 5-6 favourite, perhaps not a surprise at all. They fancy Ashley Coleman from Andy Davidson, but it's 7-2. Is that because maybe he's inexperienced in this format?
Yeah, I think so. He's kind of been outside when it comes to the odds throughout the week, and it's understandable. It's his first time here, but for me, he's proven that he's just settled in straight away, hasn't he? He's just been very solid, really enjoyable to watch as well, and he's producing the results. So 7-2 could be the value there.
And could that 7-2 be really big when you consider he plays Tommy Morris in the first game? And if he beats Tommy, well, you've got an even race to the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this first game is all important because it's either a 2-point difference between first, second and third, or it's going to be even between him and Davidson. So, yeah, massive first game.
Is it as simple as game on or game over this match?
I wouldn't go that far. There's still a long, long way to go for the rest of the day. Anything can happen. You know what it's like in darts. But I just think, I think for confidence as well, whoever wins this game is just, going to hopefully push on from the back of the win.
Well, the players are going to get their skates on. We've got to get our skates on, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just to keep up with some of the throws because, as we said, they're all speedsters. It's been really fun to watch, but sometimes a bit hard to keep up.
Well, it's going to be a fun day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we kick off with the game between the top two. Andy Davidson, the ADC qualifier from Scotland, up against Tommy Morris, who tops the pile. Well, early on this morning, Phil Barr's caught up with the ADC qualified Davidson to talk about his week so far and his chances of making it through the group.
Andy, here we are, final day of Group A, and you are firmly in the mix for that championship. How much are you excited and how are you approaching today?
I'm still approaching it like I've done the last 2 days. Still nice and relaxed. If I play well, the results will come. So I'm just taking it in my stride and see how they go again today. Today's a new day.
Yesterday, you were the only one to beat Tommy, who's the league leader. Going into this tie, first versus second, hoping history repeats itself?
That would be nice. But Tommy was flying yesterday, to be honest. And I need to pull out a good performance there to beat him in the last game yesterday. But the fact I have that, now I know I can beat him. There's no reason why I can't do that first match today.
I don't want to heap pressure on you, but is it almost must win? Because if he wins, the gap is then even bigger?
I wouldn't say it's must win. I mean, I didn't come here with many realistic expectations, if I'm honest. I knew that I was going to play in Group B or C anyway, no matter what happens, and hopefully Saturday. So the fact I'm in contention for top in Group A, Christ, I'll take that really well.
Coming here as an ADC qualifier then, do you feel you can just go under the radar against all the stars?
I think so, yeah. I'm so relaxed when I'm playing. Well, I was certainly a lot more relaxed yesterday than I was on Monday, being my debut. It was a little bit nervous, but yeah, hopefully I'll be settled into it now and see how they go. The way you've played over the first 2 days, have your own expectations changed then? Maybe not from Monday, no. I know I've got that sort of game in me. It's just whether it appears on the day. Darts is really all about on the day. You prepare your best and just, again, see how they go. I'm pleased the way I've played, though. That's the main thing. Well, Andy, wish you all the very best, and we can't wait for this game to happen. Thank you. Appreciate it.
109 in the previous leg. He's got a dart at double 18 for the 106. And this time he fires. And Morris is 2. Double. Toil in trouble. And Davidson's 2-0 up. Well, usually we say we save the best till last, but we could have the biggest battle for first as far as Wednesday is concerned at the Super Series. The top two, Andy Davidson and Tommy Morris, going toe-to-toe. Morris, the 31-year-old from Poole, former England international, looking to make it through to yet another finals night under this roof. Whilst Davidson on debut really has impressed. The 28-year-old from Edinburgh has played 4 times in the UK Open in his career, looking to make it through to the Saturday night setup here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He has acquitted himself superbly over the course of the first couple of days. He is hoping to finish the job off on day 3. Lord Turner's alongside me in commentary for all of the action over the course of the day. And for Tommy Morris, if he wins this one, he puts himself in such a good position.
Yep, absolutely.
140.
You don't want to over-egg it. It is the first game, but it does feel very important in the context of the table. But it was really interesting there to hear Andy speak. We said how much he settled into the Super Series. He's debuting here, but speaks so well as well. And
68.
It's interesting. Came here with no expectation, but I don't know. I think when you get to this stage and you're in contention, I think you do have a
58.
little bit more of a, just a little push. He could top 8, could just secure his place in Saturday's finals today.
You're only human if you don't think about it. You have to think about things like this. It's a massive moment for someone like Andy.
82.
But it's Morris who's got off to the better start. He's got 6 on 154 to take out the opening leg. He's going to need the full quota of darts.
94.
But he's left himself on 60 after 12. Getting out the gates quite strongly and setting his stall out right from the get-go.
97. Tommy requires 60.
Top to Morris.
20.
Doesn't quite go.
Andy requires
So it may well be moments like this which change the trajectory of this match. Couldn't find the second trouble to leave Bull. And so Morris is back for 3 more
Tommy
tops to lead 1-0.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, that time does make sure of it. And that has been a slight element of Tommy Morris's game that we've commented on before. On Monday, had the most opportunities at the outer ring. Yesterday, again, the same kind of scenario. Had 53 attempts, 18 hit. Did find those wins, but for me, if he could just tighten up that bit, he's going to be very, very tough to beat because he is affording players a few more opportunities than he possibly needs to.
Well, he's severely outscoring opponents, that's fair to say. I mean, his daily stats are reflective of that.
85.
91.32, his daily stats yesterday. Davidson was the next best, 90.89.
99.
17 out of 42 when it came to the outer ring. So when he's had opportunities, he's sometimes needed more than one go, but by and large has capitalised on the chances he's had.
92.
Good last there from Tommy Morris. Opportunity here for Davidson just to set something up.
85. Tommy require 170.
Couldn't find the fish, and so Davidson 95 to
95.
square up, and that
Andy
last
require
die on the treble there
95.
could be so pivotal for Morris. Maybe double-double, went across for the treble 16.
55.
And so Morris for the
Tommy
break of
require
throw and 2-0.
75.
Double 12. He really does have the
63.
look of a man on a mission.
Sorry, game shot on the second leg. Tommy Morris.
Eventually, the game shot's called, and eventually Tommy Morris
Third
moves
leg,
into
it's
a
Tommy to throw
2-0
first.
lead.
Game on.
Tommy Morris is one of those players, he knows where the camera is as well. He shot us a little look there as to say, yeah, no, I got it right.
140.
Well, he promised Scott Mitchell yesterday that his job was going.
Yeah, he did.
92.
Well, this was a battle yesterday won by Davidson. 4-2. It was a really good match.
17.
Both players 50% on their doubles. There's 4 maximums in there. Davidson went over 92-38 average. Morris
60.
91-91. Had that 106 in there as well.
100.
We're back all the way to the second game on Monday, and that one went the way of Morris. So it's one apiece in terms of head-to-heads here this week.
85.
How much does that come into play, or is this just a completely different quantity of tests when you consider the significance of this
60.
match?
I think Davidson summed it up completely in his interview earlier. He said, yeah, it's great to know that you've got that in your locker. You know that you can
45.
beat them. It isn't impossible because Tommy was the player to beat yesterday. However, it's all on the day. Darts is all on the day. So it's
60.
just how you perform there and then. So, yeah, it's nice to know you can do it, but it's repeating the feat.
And at the moment, it's Morris
59.
who holds all the
Tommy
cards
require
and all the aces in this
124.
contest. He hasn't even let his opponent have a dart at a double. The bullseye for 3-0.
Game
In
shot
it
on the
goes,
third leg.
3-0
Tommy
Morris. He is flying here. And he may well be moving 4 points clear at the top of the
Fourth
table.
leg, it's Andy to
And
throw first.
amidst the
Game on.
sideshow that is the top of the table battle, he's got it done in 4 minutes 28 seconds. If he gets this done quickly
55.
here, we could well be into quickest game in history territory. A reminder, that is 5 minutes 41 seconds when Alexander Merckx got a better
140.
Yellow Klassen by 4-0 back in October.
83.
Yeah, this group have been threatening that record all week so far.
95. $85.
Yeah, good opportunity here for Tommy Morris to leave himself on something handy.
99.
And if he pins this 167 right here, right now,
100.
He is
Tommy require
just about going to be
167.
on the cusp of the record. Well, there goes any faint hopes we had of that.
97.
However, he won't care about records. He'll only care about winning the match, which he's got the opportunity of doing so now. We had a 5-minute 58 on Monday
96.
between Andy and
Tommy
Ashley.
requires
This could be
70.
another 6-minute flat match. If Morris can pin tops for a 4-0 win, that'll put him 4 points clear.
30. Andy require 82.
Yeah, chance here for Davidson. He needs tops.
62.
That was
Tommy
his
require
first start at a
40.
double in this match. It may well be the only one he gets. Double 10. To complete
shot
the
and
route
the match,
and to
Tommy
put Tommy Morris 4 points clear at the top of the table. A comprehensive and resounding 4-0 success against Andy Davidson, done in the space of 6.5 minutes. At one point, the record game time was under threat. Morris knows the significance of today. He also knows where the camera is. That the total take from that one, 91.09 the average, 4 from 9 on the doubles. That 1-2-4 putting him 3-0 in front. Coming up after the break, Devon Peterson takes on Michelle Vander. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. If you just tuned in and you thought we were coming out of a break, well, no, we haven't begun the show. We've already finished our first match. Tommy Morris getting the better of Andy Davidson by 4-0 in the space of 6.5 minutes. And so he moves 4 points clear at the top of the table. This is the battle between players in P5 and P6 as far as Group A is concerned. It's Michel Vander up against Devon Peterson. Peterson will be disappointed with yesterday. There were glimpses of some good stuff from him, but couldn't quite materialise it on a consistent basis. Today is about getting himself in the best possible form ahead of his Thursday and Friday group. As for Michel Vander well, he won just 8 legs yesterday, but he played much better than a man who shouldn't have picked up only 1 victory from his day. Overall daily average of 84.68, but it was a magnitude of missed doubles that came back to accost him. 8 from 43 on the outer ring. Unfortunately for him, at this level, isn't going to yield many results.
Game on.
What do we expect from this one? I expect a bit of a reaction from Dev, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you summed it up pretty well there. I think he would have been disappointed with the outcomes of yesterday.
100.
So just got today to put it right. Both these players sat at the bottom on 6 points. I think to an extent
44.
you kind of resign yourself to the fact you may be going into Group C, but I still think they're either going to play the part of spoilers or they could still jostle for position. Nothing is quite out of reach as of yet.
You get the sense that if they're going to make Group B, they're going to possibly have to go through the card or win a lot of games today to do so, but we know they're capable.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot, and it's not just that, it's the other results that you've got to rely on as well. So it's a horrible place for a dart player to be in. So today is just about righting some of the wrongs, making sure you're comfortable when you go into the next group.
And of course, with the new tiered prize structure here at the Super Series,
85.
finishing in a higher position, so finishing in P5 has a better financial value than finishing in P6. So there's also that to play for if Group B becomes
99.
a mathematical impossibility.
$60.
Until Devon stands quite off-centre towards the left-hand side. You can see it because every now and then his hand gets into a camera shot by the side of the
58.
board.
Devon, you require 135.
He had 6 darts on 135, so didn't have to chase the bullseye route. But he's going to set himself up perfectly here.
95.
15, leaves himself on tops.
Yeah, it's sensible. We did see a few players yesterday just kind of go for broke when they didn't
60.
have to, and sometimes it
Devon,
can
you
be
require
costly.
40. Game shot on the first
He'll take
leg,
that for a
Devon
start.
Peterson.
16 darter, 1-0 to the South African.
Second leg, it's Michel to throw first. Game on.
There was a little bit more focus from Devon today, where maybe at points on Monday and Tuesday there was
44.
a lot of joviality with him. Today it feels very, very businesslike.
I think when you have played at the level that Devon's
41.
played at, I imagine it's extremely frustrating when you can't quite regain the form that you've had in the past, and it's a process really. It's for Devon to just build himself back
95.
up. So as you say, I think it's the last day of Group A, and you just want to make sure that you go into the next group with as much confidence as you possibly can have.
100.
You'll see the different shaped flights on Devon Peterson's darts. It's a bit of a modern look for players' flights.
96.
Also the trajectory in the air. I actually saw Connor Scott play with a pair of those flights of the weekend. Well, a set of those flights. You don't have a pair of flights unless you're Callum Widds. But a set of those flights of the weekend
85.
when he won the WDF Denmark Open. And we send our congratulations to Connor from your neck of the woods, isn't he, Scotty?
He is indeed, yeah.
140.
Yeah, it was a big victory for Connor as well, actually, because obviously that, if people don't actually know, is actually like a golden ticket straight through to the World Championships, the WDF World Championships. So it's not just
60.
having the win and getting the
Michel, you
confidence
require
and the prize money from that, but
126.
it's the other opportunity as well. So, yeah, very good one to win.
I think the fact that he's playing at Lakeside will make the rest of the field feel
54.
physically sick, because he will be a contender to win that title for sure. Michel's the prime contender to win this second leg. Devon with a couple of darts dragging below.
45.
We saw that a few times
Michel, you
yesterday.
require 72.
16 or 8. Double 16.
40. Devon, you require 170.
I haven't seen the fish so far this week. We haven't seen many major finishes.
No, I'm not going to see it at that time. Again, I know you mentioned about the dart dragging low. That did happen a few times, but also that
78.
wayward dart
Michel,
from
you
Devon
require
just at
32.
the most kind of inopportune moment.
Game shot on a second leg. Michel Vander.
And there we have a level game.
2 legs have been played in the time that it almost
Third
took for
leg,
Tommy
it's Devon
Morris
to
to
throw first.
dismantle Andy
Game
Davidson.
on.
I'm not saying this game's slow. I'm just saying how quick Tommy was. I was actually speaking to
140.
a couple of people backstage this morning, and they were delving through the archives, the stats cave,
140.
as you will. And the average match time this week is way below the normal. So an average match here at the Super Series will be completed in around
100.
about 12 minutes, something like that, 11, 12 minutes. Well, we are way below that this week. We're touching a lot of 8 and 9 minute games.
And when you do factor in that quite a lot of them have gone 4-3, that's even more impressive.
And that includes a 10-second stop clock at the end of every single leg.
140.
So the end of every leg, because we have one computer system that feeds everything, we stop the game. Well, we don't stop the game, but the play gets stopped for 10 seconds
140.
between legs
Devon, you
to
require 121.
refresh and reboot. 1-2-1. Bullseye.
96.
Pitch is just above, and so
Michel,
Vander
you
Horst has a
require
break chance
98.
now, 98.
$58.
And you could just see that
Devon, you
reaction.
require 25.
Bit off there for the treble, but double 8 here required for Devon Peterson.
$9. Michel, you require 40.
Cry of Dev. Be the
Shot on
cry
the
of
third
oh dear,
leg,
because
Michel
Vander
Vander
Horst has found a 13 dart breaker throw to lead this game 2-1. Well, he's having a little
Fourth
bit of a
leg, it's
practice to
Michel
the
to
side
throw
of the
first.
stages, Dev.
Game on.
And the bite of the flights, which as we know all too well by now is an indication that somebody is in deep, deep trouble.
60. $24.
It was an unfortunate deflection on the last start, but you can just see the frustration creeping in at a really early stage with Devon Peterson.
100.
It's almost feeding Michel. He's getting more confident, I think, as the game's going on. Sometimes when you do see your opponent being quite visibly frustrated, it kind of relaxes you because and gives you that extra bit of confidence to push forward.
And can it also be a worry, the fact that he's got to play 5 games today, the fact that the frustration's peering in this
40.
early?
Absolutely. But, I mean, Dev's played for a very long time, so it's just one of those things. You just got to draw a line under these things and come back and push again. But I think when you've lost quite a few, it's quite difficult to do.
85. $100.
Steady this, leg this from Michel. Peterson hasn't really forced any pressure against throw.
$44.
And his full advantage now to the Dutchman to take out this 4th leg and to move 3-1 in front.
87.
Can leave himself on 114 to move 2 clear, then needing just 1 for victory.
45.
However, Peterson have been the better suit in
Michel,
the
you
fact
require
that
114.
if he did go 3-1 down, he'd at least only have to break once or try to break once. Tops.
94.
Just below, but he has got time.
131.
Solid visit there. A bit of pressure on
Michelle,
this
you
for
require
Michelle.
20.
Double 10 required for a 3-1 lead to go within one of the match, and
Shot
it
on the
goes.
fourth flag, Michelle Vander.
Solid. This has kind of been Michelle all week, isn't it? Loitering around the
Fifth flag,
mid-80s.
it's
His
Devon to
doubling
throw
has
first.
improved. It had to
Game on.
improve for the man in the lumberjack shirt.
Yeah, for Peterson, he won 2 games on Monday, only won the one yesterday, and it was against Vander. I think,
100.
especially when he's had a few 4-3 results and they just haven't quite gone his way. When you're losing, more than you're actually winning, that's another thing that plays on your mind. You try a bit too hard. You're trying to get everything exact and perfect, and
140.
quite hard to relax in that scenario.
And do you think the psyche of the two players are different as well? Whereas Devon, even it may not come from himself, will have pressure from other people. Whereas Michelle can just kind of
44.
go under the radar and enjoy the week. Anything he does is a bit of a bonus.
Yeah, I think he lives up to that nickname, basically, doesn't he? He is free to kind of relax and play how he wants to
55.
play, and that's what we've seen from him. But I also think for Vander, he hasn't made a finals night. He hasn't done that before, so that is the next ambition. So he'll be fighting for jostling for position.
140.
It looks like it's going to be C for Michelle this week.
41.
Looks like it's going to be Group C for the pair. Group C, which you'll see Richard Rowlands, Brandon Reston and Sean McKinney into the mix. So Richard, who's done some great stuff on the seniors tour, but I get the
44.
sense that anybody who drops out of Group A will fancy their chances of making it out of Group C.
58.
I'd agree. Despite some of the performances, we have seen moments of brilliance from all the players. And I think most of the players, whatever group they go into, I think they're going to still feel confident even when they go into Group B. It's tough, but I think they're going to be hoping that they're still around on Saturday.
Aidan Cook, Scott
45.
Taylor, Trina Gulliver, the
Devon
players in
Uruguay,
Group B in
41.
the evening session. Peterson, double 16 to bring it back to 3-2. He's got 6 from here.
9.
Doesn't go, but because of a little bit of a mathematical miscalculation from Michelle, he has afforded Devon another opportunity.
45. Devon, you require 32.
So Peterson back once again for double 16.
No score. Michelle, you require 117.
Yeah, very much more audible version, but this for the match for Vander.
40.
Well, the scoring's
Devon, you
been okay
require
for Devon,
32.
but 1 from 9 on the doubles has plagued him.
Game
No
shot on
mistake
the
that
fifth flag,
time.
Devon
Back we go
Peterson.
to 3-2. Just a reminder, the groups kickstart at 1 o'clock and
Sixth
10
flag,
o'clock
it's
tomorrow
Michelle to throw
on
first.
Friday. And I think
Game on.
Richard Rowlands will be glad that I'm not here tomorrow, because it means that his name's going to be pronounced with an R instead of a W.
81.
Yeah, nice. Richard Rowlands versus Cam Crabtree. That would be a good one for you.
They're ready to play Robert Rickwood. I'll be in big trouble.
95.
As long as Russ Bray isn't refereeing.
100.
This game could reach a bit of a crossroads here. Peterson's put it back to 3-2. Just
81.
asking the question to Michelle.
$85.
Quite early on, this actually feels like quite a tense game. Just both players, I think they've come into this thinking, they're both bottom of the table. No one wants to finish bottom of the table.
60.
They're both trying to just edge up in the, they've changed their position slightly, but they both probably think this is a winnable game for them. And obviously it is, but
140.
it is Michelle for me that's just looks that slightly more in control.
He's left himself 95 for the match. Peterson is going to allow him 6 to win it.
41. Michel, you require 95.
Double 19.
57.
Doesn't go this time, but he has got another crack.
Interesting that, because the option was there to actually make the split. Has got time on his side.
54. Michel, you require 38.
Left himself on the fish. This time Michel elects to split, and it's double 14.
10.
Well, he's playing the African Warrior,
Devon, you
and
require
that was 28 points down the
170.
drain. Michel has bounced out again. So
85.
to get over the line
Michel,
instead
you
of 4-2
require
success.
28.
Double 7.
14.
Doesn't go. Peterson gets another
Devon,
go,
you
gets
require
another life.
85.
Both players just struggling on the doubles. But it's bullseye for Peterson to make it 3 apiece.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
finds the
sixth leg,
target.
Devon Peterson.
Well, Tommy Morris could have played 2.5 matches in
Seventh
the
and
time that
final
this
leg.
game has
It's
taken
Devon to
place.
throw
15
first.
minutes, 11
Game
seconds
on.
to get us all the way to a deciding leg.
Yeah, and Vander there missed 7 darts to win the match to wrap it up 4-2.
95.
And importantly, Peterson got that break that
60.
he needed. He needed to break once and 3-1 down, and now has the advantage of throw and has the ascendancy after the first round of visits.
43.
Yeah, and there's that intensity. Dev again telling himself off. I think what was quite good for Devon in that last one, it was a clean take out. It was a clean out shot. There was no messing around on the doubles. It was straight at the ball.
80.
As that scoreboard pressure
60.
just succumbed Devon somewhat. Oh, he's finding it now.
140.
This is better late than ever. Better late than never, Dev.
171.
Suddenly sparked into life in this
Michel, you
decider.
require 121.
Yeah, couldn't find the treble. So Peterson now,
57.
he's been quite
Devon,
deadly
you
on the ball, and I
require
imagine that's the route that he'll be
132.
going for.
Should have gone for the bullseye there.
I'll let you say that to him.
100. Michel, you require 64.
For the match. 2 in hand, a double 8 to get over the
Michel,
line with a
and the match,
14 dart
Michel
leg.
Vander
And Michel Vander gets the better of Devon Peterson in 7. It moves him up to 5th place in the table, 2 points clear of his opponent. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Coming up after the break, Brian Raman up against Ashley Coleman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Vander got the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us is Raman up against Ashley Coleman. In this fixture yesterday, Raman hit back-to-back blind 180s. It was 2/3 of the way of treating us to the most incredible 9-dart leg you would ever see in front of the cameras. But what does the Belgium have in store for us today? Age 27, former WDF World Championship quarter finalist. If he beats Ashley Coleman here, he'd move level on points with the Prince of Darkness, himself 27 years of age. Made the first round of the UK Open early on this year after winning a Riley's amateur qualifier. These two go at a real good pace, and these two have got this real poise and flair. It'll be intriguing to see how these two marry up in what is our third contest of the morning session.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 95.
I don't know what you think, but I feel it's quite important for both these players that they actually make it a really solid start. They have been pretty solid, pretty consistent throughout.
100.
Ashley Coleman, especially when it comes to the set-up shots and actually the outshots, been very, very good. Brian, I felt perhaps just like that bit of consistency
59.
yesterday. Yeah, he did treat us to those back-to-back 180s, but he was 3-0 down at that point, and it was a bit more of an indifferent type of attitude towards the board
98.
at that point. So I think, again, today it's going to be right down to business.
Well, these two spent a little bit of time practicing together on the stage before the action got underway. I actually spoke to Brian about the back-to-back blind 180s, and he just said at that point in the day, he was getting really frustrated, and he just felt like he needed just to do something to get himself going, and that was just exactly it.
100.
We commented, didn't we, that he's one of those players that you feel he kind of needs that adrenaline rush. He needs that buzz, but it can
44.
spill over, and that's when
Brian,
things go a bit wrong.
107.
Tops.
67.
Moving for 107.
Actually
Invert
require
the
170.
0 and 7 along. You get the 170, and that's what Coleman's on. Another one of them. Would have reeled in the fish, potentially on the bullseye. And he would have pinned the
130.
bullseye.
Brian,
Both players on
require
tops.
40.
The man first go.
30. Ashley, you
Yeah, Raman
require
just making
40.
a bit of hash at the end of the leg. So opportunity for Coleman, and he's been
Big
deadly
shot
on
his
tops, and
first
he's deadly
leg,
once
Ashley
again.
Coleman.
One thing I have learnt about Ashley Coleman, do not leave him double top, because 9 times out of 10 he's
Second
going to pin
leg,
it.
It's Ashley to throw first.
Got it on a string,
Game
hasn't
on.
he?
$100.
I think the man knows the importance
85.
of this first game, particularly in terms of getting a Group B spot, because if he can win it, he'd move level on points with
97.
Coleman and Davidson. And would be great news for Tommy Morris, who plays Coleman up next. Davidson plays Peterson in the next match. Raman's next fixture is
123.
against Vander in Game 6.
$120.
Yeah, just clattered into those 2 darts that are already in the treble. Bounced out.
100. 60. 83. Ashley, you require
He tried the switch, wasn't happy with the
124.
outcome. So 1-2-4 for a 2-0 lead for Coleman. Can't find the treble himself.
84. Brian, you require 110.
110 for Raman. Playing by way of convention. And almost
78.
playing it to perfection.
Ashley, you require
Coleman's
40.
back for tops for 2-0, and knowing how he's been on this target this week, there was
Shot on
only
a
ever
second
going to
leg,
be one
Ashley
outcome. Coleman 2 to the goods.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
Playing by convention.
Game
It's
on.
not something that we've used quite that often with Brian Raman with some of the outshots that we've seen so far this week.
94. $41. 140.
I feel like the story of Brian's week is it's been there, but it's only been there in patches.
Oh, yeah, if you look at the stats from yesterday, he was 14 from 32, 87.79 average for the day. But the 32, it was the lowest amount of opportunities at the outer ring, and that to me just
100.
shows that it was inconsistent. He had very good legs, but couldn't back it up with the consistency to get down to a double.
140. Brian, you require 167.
Well, he's got 6 from here to pull 1 back. The good news for our spotter was there's only one way to go for the
59.
167.
The 108, mind.
Good luck, spotter.
40. Brian, you require 108.
And he has got another 6 because Coleman's had his first bounce out of the day. 88 left. 28 left. Still
80.
28 left as it grazes the wire.
$85. Brian, you require 28.
So for a holder throw, double 14, so double 7.
14.
Oh, Brian
Ashley,
Raman's
you
had
require 95.
10 at double and hasn't been able to convert one of them as yet. Ashley Coleman, 2 from 2.
This would sting,
70.
but the bullseye doesn't go.
Brian, you require 14.
What can he see? What can he
No
find?
score.
Nothing.
Ashley, you require
Gives himself a round of
25.
applause, ironically. You may have to applaud Ashley. As he gets the
Game shot
double
on the
break,
third
he was
leg,
3-0 in
Ashley
front. He's
Coleman.
3 from 4 on the doubles, and the only miss he's had is on the bullseye.
Fourth flag. It's Ashley to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
he applauded himself at the end of that last visit, but his original walk-on was
54.
congratulations by Post Malone. He was then forced to be changed before he played at the Lakeside, where he moved on to
60. $140.
he then changed his walk-on to Tiesto's The Business. And he needs to get down to business here.
60.
Always all business here, Laura,
41.
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But Brian will look back on this performance. If he does go out 4-0, he will look back and it's
100.
13 attempts at a double, just not good enough. That's where the applause came from. He's just, obviously, like you say, a sarcastic, kind of ironic round of applause to himself. But
140.
when you're a player and when you create the opportunities and you can't take them, that's more frustrating sometimes than just being absolutely wiped off the board.
13, unlucky for Raman.
45.
And you may
Ashley
not get
require
another go at double because
126.
Coleman's got 6 on 126. Doesn't have to chase around the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
98.
He's going to leave himself on double 14. This will actually be his third 16 darter of the match. It's indicative of the level of play he's been attaining so far.
40. Ashley required 28.
It's one of the doubles Brian's been struggling at. For the match. In it
Big shot
goes.
on the mark,
And Ashley
Ashley
Coleman seals a
Coleman.
4-0 success against Brian Raman, who had opportunities in the game. He had 13 darts to the double, but couldn't convert. Ashley Coleman up and running. A 4-0 victor. Ruthless on the outer ring. 4 from 7 on the doubles. But for Raman, the 0 from 13 paints a awfully bad picture. Davidson and Peterson kicks off round 2 after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen one round of action as far as Group A is concerned on this Wednesday morning. Tommy Morris, Michelle Vander and Ashley Coleman, the three winners so far. And Game 4 sees two players who have lost their opening game go head-to-head. Andy Davidson up against Devon Peterson. As far as the table is concerned, Tommy Morris has a 2-point lead from the Prince of Darkness at the top of the pile. 16 compared to 14. Davidson has lost ground on 12, and he'll see
First
Brian
leg, it's
Raman
Andy
in
to
the
throw
rear-view
first.
mirror. But what about this battle between Scotland and South Africa? Davidson and Peterson both looking to get their first win of the day.
100.
Davidson was just kind of blinded by the greatness of Morris, wasn't he, in match 1?
Yeah, I think so. I think Tommy Morris came out pretty much how he finished off yesterday. Yeah, very, very strong performance so far this
100.
week from our table topper. Davidson, we've said it before, he's a debutant here and he's been very impressive so far.
31.
I think he, out of everyone, would probably quite like the fact that not just Brian lost, but the fact that he lost in such style, because that just puts that extra bit of distance between them, considering
50.
he lost his opener as well, because Brian Raman just 2 points behind Davidson. He too could be pushing for a Group B spot.
45.
Yeah, this game could play key importance for the Scot. Devon, we did see periods of frustration from him in his opening game against Michelle.
44.
He worked hard to get himself back into the match, but Michelle just found a spurt right at the end.
125.
And we did see that a couple of times from Peterson. Fights to make,
100.
has that fight, gets it back on level playing ground, gets it back to 3 apiece. Did it against Coleman in the last match, did it against Morris in the opener yesterday as well. And
71.
just seems to drop off on the very last leg. So again, just that key is consistency.
$60. Andy, you require 129.
Bullseye for 129.
85.
Isn't going to go.
Devon, you require 147.
Well, the Warrior won the Crucible on Monday. Can the African Warrior find the 147? No on this occasion.
60. Andy, you require 44.
Yeah, not put on as much pressure as he'd like, and double 16 required here. Double 8.
28. Devon, you require
We
87.
saw Devon take out an 85 in his opening match without any issues. 87 required here.
2 9s.
Game shot on a
For
first
1-0
leg,
lead
Devon
and a break of
Peterson.
throw, and things are just beginning to go awry now for Andy Davidson somewhat.
Second leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on. $125.
And I think that clean, crisp finishing from Devon Peterson, I think that's going to be
135.
quite important just to build the confidence up on the stage, because in his opener against Vander, he was 3 from 11.
95. $58. 85. 60.
Well, Peterson 6 starts from 196 to establish a 2-0 advantage in this particular contest.
60. 140. Devon, you require 136.
Another one of them. Leaves double 8. Just a whiz for a wire away. It's been a few ton
Andy, you
toppers that have
require
been missed by the width
108.
of a wire today.
Could we see one here?
92.
Not quite the width of a wire,
Devon,
but
you require 16.
key miss for Peterson because he's back for a 2-0 lead.
2 4s. 2-zip.
On a second leg,
Peterson's in
Devon
control.
Peterson.
Peterson's in command.
Third leg, it's
Peterson's
Andy to throw first.
Picked up just the 3 wins
Game
over
on.
the last 2 days, but one of them did come at the expense of Davidson. Beat him on Monday 4-3 with a 91 average.
44.
Slightly under that at the moment, but 2-0 up. I don't think anyone really cares about the averages when they're winning.
What's it? Chris Mason says they don't write averages on
41.
trophies.
It's very true.
Mainly because the engravers haven't got that much space. But
140.
they're not going to write Scott Taylor's average on the trophy. They're just going to say Series 6 Scott Taylor. And the defending champion's going to be back in action tomorrow evening. A second tilt at retaining
66.
the title. The action kickstarts on 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel. Chris Murphy and Scott Mitchell
100.
will be in the comms booth for that one.
$100.
Yeah, this is better from Davidson.
77.
Tops after 12 to pull one back.
60. And do you require 40?
Double 10.
Game shot on a third leg.
Pull one back.
Andy
14
Davidson.
data. He really has upped the levels here, and he will feel that if he can just ascertain it for another 5 minutes or so, he should
Fourth
be able to
leg,
get the
it's
job
Devon
done
to
against
throw
Dev.
First. Game on.
Yeah, well, Davidson was only afforded the one opportunity at a double in his opener against Morris.
100.
1 from 6 in this match, but it's an important one. As you say, if he can just find a break and maintain this level of play as he
108.
finds the first 180 of the match,
2.
Devon may find himself in a bit of trouble.
Game could be swinging in a different direction.
140.
It could be a different complexion. We're not going to see perfection, though.
95.
Yeah, needs the treble. Can't
60.
find it, so 226 for Davidson. 6 from here, and that's a great first up.
90.
Saw that a few times yesterday, just that sift into the treble 5.
$100. And do you
So
require
Ton needs himself a 101. Peterson missed the double 8 for this in the previous leg. Davidson's not going to have 7 of
43.
fortune.
Devon, you require 101.
Treble 18, which he pins, leaving him double 16.
69.
That's the
And do you
second ton
require
topper in this match,
93?
which he's grazed the wire on. Peterson just dropping his dart upon his return, which is why Davidson stepped back. And he is going to step up for 2 at double 18.
75.
Doesn't go, so Peterson
Devon, you require
returns to free in hand at 32 to move 3-1 in front. Doesn't like the lie, has to shuffle across,
Game
but
shot on
finds it in the
fourth leg,
end.
Devon Peterson.
Peterson a leg away. It's going wrong on this Wednesday for Andy
Fifth
Davidson
leg,
so
it's
far.
Andy to throw first.
He's playing
on.
well, 90.18 the average, but 1 from 8 on the doubles has
58.
come back to plague him.
Again, that low dart, so Devon just needs to find a way. He will persist with the treble 20.
60. $100. $45.
Devon's in this position. He's 3-1 up, but you can still see those elements of frustration
62.
coming through.
$100. 98.
Well, Davidson looking to get himself back in the account at 3-2. He's got the march in this 5th leg.
43.
Superb setup, leads himself on double 12.
$125.
Yeah, just deflected off, but
24.
3-2 Davidson. Double 6.
Game shot on
Does find the target.
Andy Davidson.
You just got to wonder. We've spoken about it, and I know
6th
obviously
lag. It's
Phil
Devon
was
to throw
speaking
first.
to Andy
Game on.
before the session actually started. But how much has he been thinking he could top this table? He's in a great position.
100.
But if he can't find a way to maybe beat Peterson, he's actually finding himself maybe in a bit of trouble when it comes to actually staying it up, even to stay in Group B.
100.
It's how quickly it can turn on these tables.
But how quickly a match can turn. He's brought it back to 3-2. He's hit a max of his first visit. He's piled the pressure upon Peterson, who almost answered in kind. Things he hasn't necessarily
58.
played bad. Averaged 8-1 in his first game. He's averaging 90.78 here. But for him, it's been 9 missed doubles in this match, which has been the key issue.
99.
And it is Peterson that's down to a finish first, and that would be for the match.
59. Devon, you require 100.
He's got a bit of time on his hands too.
$78.
Just struggling to find that first star, but he recovers well with the last in hand there.
100.
Oh, but that's superb from Davidson. All the pressure now on Peterson.
Well, from the position he was in, he should have at least be having a go at a double right now. But Davidson's going to have 3 in hand on the back of the max.
31.
A double 12 after 12
And you
to
require 24.
send us all the way to a last leg decider. It's double 6.
Game shot on a
It's
6th
3-3.
Andy Davidson.
And we go the distance.
And once again, Peterson finds himself in a
7th
position
and
where it's
final
3
leg.
apiece.
It's Andy to throw first.
Doesn't
Game
have
on.
the darts either, and if Davidson can start strong,
60.
Well, in terms of scoring power, Davidson's doing the key work in terms of the bigger visits, but Peterson is just tunning his way down to
135.
finishes and down to opportunities.
and quite a few of those ton visits are actually 2 treble visits, but he's drifted into the 5s or the 1s. So
100.
he's definitely threatening it, Devon.
83. $45.
And I just don't think you can have those poorly timed visits as Davidson finds his 4th 180 of the match.
Firing all cylinders in that department, and he may fire himself towards victory here.
28. Andy
Was that the
require
final
43.
cry into submission for Devon there? Double 16.
11.
Doesn't go, but Devon hasn't left himself on a finish.
Yeah, missed that by the width of a wire, but just the last couple of visits, he was threatening the whole way, and the visits of 45 and 28 from Peterson just put him out of contention for this leg.
59. Andy require 32.
Get over the line. Double 8. Peterson shakes his head
16.
because he knows that he should be on a finish right now. He knows that he should be having at least an opportunity or looking at an opportunity to win this match.
40. Andy require 16.
More match starts. Double 4.
Game shot. and the
Eventually
match,
found for Andy Davidson. He made hard work of it. in the end, but he beats Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. It just keeps him in the mix and also keeps Raman at bay. Well, a little bit of a shake of the head there from Andy as he departs the stage. He's won, but he knows that there was a lot more in the tank there. Coming up after the break, Coleman and Morris, another big game at the top of the table. Morris wins this. He's full clear with 6 to play for.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. 18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets there.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. We have a big game ahead of us. Ashley Coleman against Tommy Morris, the race to win Group A. A win for Morris here. We're moving 4 points clear of Coleman and Davidson with just 6 points left to play for here in as far as this Group A is to play for. And if Tommy Morris wins this game, he could be singing from the rooftops here from the church in Portsmouth. But if the Prince of Darkness can claim victory in this, so he may have an encore as far as this race to get over the line is concerned.
$94.
There was a lot to like about Ashley's performance against Brian Raman, but Tommy Morris was... He just looked like a man on a mission, didn't he, against Andy Davidson?
Well, I think, and this is no kind of disrespect to the rest of the field, but just in the context of what we've seen this week, arguably Tommy Morris's hardest games are the opening two. Davidson, who was sat in third, still sat in third. Coleman just tapping on his shoulder in second place. If he can come through these first 2 games with some wins, he knows if he can put his focus into these opening 2, then he's got that buffer. He's in the top and he just needs to find 1, maybe 2 wins from the rest of the field, and he's definitely guaranteed into Saturday.
And because he's local enough, he's got the advantage of he can spend a couple of days at home, maybe even spend a couple of days working away. He's self-employed.
44.
Very good at very good in the gardening trade is Tommy.
118. Tommy, you require
There's part
80.
of the pressure on this 80 now. It's Coleman. Double 10 has to go.
Yeah, they were close. And I think they felt good for Tommy. I think he expected them both to go in. But hold opportunity for Coleman. He does find the target third dart of asking.
Coleman.
I just think when Coleman's sat on a finish, 3 darts in hand, he's always guaranteed to get it at the moment.
Second leg, it's Tommy
It's
to
just
throw
all
first.
about restricting the opportunities you can give him. But Tommy is a player that, by and large, this week has been outscoring
26.
opponents. But that has just presented an opportunity to Coleman against the darts.
100.
And a ton means he has taken the throw.
$100. $100. $100.
Yeah, for the first 2 days. Back on Monday, it was Coleman that got the win. Yesterday, it was Tommy Morrison. Quite a tight battle, 4-3.
140.
Was the end result. And I think both players just understand the importance of this particular match in terms of their own personal quest to top Group A.
105. Ashley require 161.
Both players on a big finish. Coleman first poker, the 161. Isn't going to go. But it's going to be laid up
131.
superbly.
Tommy require
He's left himself on a
170.
double at least.
$60. Ashley require 30.
For 2-0.
15.
Doesn't go.
Tommy require 110.
Well, this is for a hold, but it's one of those legs that possibly would feel like a break, but it's not going to go. And Coleman's coming back for 15 for a 2-0 lead.
78. Ashley require 15.
Well, effectively, it rub off the good work that Tommy did in game 1
Shot
if
on
he
the
gets
second
drubbed in
leg,
game
Ashley
2.
Coleman.
And Coleman's got the break. He's 2-0 in front. He's halfway towards the victory post, and he has the darts
Third
now
leg,
for a
it's
3-0
Ashley to
lead.
throw first. Game on.
And if this does go the way of Ashley Coleman,
57.
depending on the actual outcome, the actual result, it would be Coleman that actually moves into top spot because he has got the better leg difference.
60.
Coleman began on Monday 11-2 to
81.
win this particular group. I imagine that there was 1 or 2 pod fans, as they call themselves, who probably would have had a little bit of a nibble at that
117.
particular price. If you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18 plus, and it is begambleaware.org. And if you are watching
100.
from around the world, as many of you do, please do check with your local authorities as to the gambling rules in the territory you are betting from.
125.
Well,
85.
Morris has got 6 and 199 to pull one back, and it would be a break as well, so he'd return the match to throw.
159.
And he's left himself on tops after 12. Now, that was a superb setup.
Yeah, absolutely.
60. Tommy require 40.
Just needs to see out the leg.
Game shot on the
And
third
does
leg.
no problem
Tommy
left, Tommy
Morris.
Morrison. That's one of the breaks that he needs if he's going to win this match.
Fourth flag. It's Tommy
You
to
feel
throw
like he's now
first.
back at an even
Game on.
kilter as such. Return the game to throw. Now it's about putting the hammer down. Actually, 95.28.
100.
The scoring has been fine. 1 from 3 on the doubles. In fact, for once, it's Coleman who's had a couple of struggles on the outer
96.
ring. 2 from 7, but they haven't really been misses that have costed him too much. Well, they haven't been misses that cost him at all.
45.
It was the scoring in the previous leg that undid him.
$108.
The first one into the match goes the way of Coleman, and all that hard work Tommy Morris just did to find the break of throw.
99.
Can't back it up in this leg. Coleman once again taking the advantage.
43.
Let's just open up the door a little bit.
60.
But Tommy couldn't find a way through, and so it is 6-1-8-2 to find a second break. He then vote for the match at 3-1.
96. 100. Ashley require 86.
Well, this for 3-1. Single leaves him the ball.
61.
And again, the width of a
Tommy
wire
required
away, but Tommy
97.
Morris back for 97.
Key exchange. Key dart at tops. Key
Shot on the
find.
fourth flag, Tommy
Back
Morris.
to 2-2.
Yeah, Tommy Morris found himself in a little bit of trouble in that leg,
Fifth
but
flag. It's Ashley to throw
dug
first.
in, and that was a great check out.
Game on.
You could see what it meant at the end. Raise of the arm.
It was the pressure he was
100.
under as well, wasn't it? The difference between 2 apiece and having to break to stay in the match.
60.
But can you sometimes feel that the hard work's done in those scenarios and then relax a little bit going into the next leg?
81.
Yeah, and I don't think you mean to relax either. It's just that it's that natural adrenaline that you get. And like you say, it's the relief of leveling it back up, and then you've got to build
95.
yourself back up. Job's not done until it's absolutely over. A bit like what Brian was saying to you, just need to sometimes
60.
force that kind of buzz, that adrenaline.
$85.
And I wonder as well whether the long gaps between matches, and Morris has got a few gaps between games today, whether that's going to
100.
actually go against him, because he's one of those players who's got to build up that rhythm, hasn't he?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I guess with this group specifically
60.
compared to other weeks that
Ashley
we've had, the
require
gaps haven't actually really
160.
been that long, just because of the way that the games have gone. Tops needs to go here,
Shot on
and
a fifth flag.
excellent
Ashley
160
Coleman.
finish there for Ashley Coleman.
That could have been seismic for the
Sixth
Prince
flag.
of
It's Tommy
Darkness,
to
the
throw
160 to
first.
put himself
Game on.
3-2 in front. Forcing Morris now to win 2 on the spin.
96.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that is the highest checkout of the week so far.
By some margin.
93.
Prior to today's action, the biggest finish we'd seen
60.
all week was 128 by Michelle Vander yesterday.
140. $137.
And a win by this scoreline, it would put Ashley Coleman to the top of the table.
100.
However, only hitting a ton there, or hitting a ton there, and not diverting across means that Morris has got 6.
And Coleman's done that on a couple of occasions, just not looking ahead to make sure he's definitely on a finish.
140.
But
Tommy
that's
require
once again
108.
excellent setup play from Coleman.
He's atoned, hasn't he? And he's going to come back free for the match at double 14
48. Ashley
to
requires
put himself top of the pile.
Yeah, that was wild.
Everything about it was wild.
23.
Well,
Tommy
Morris has
requires
almost been
60.
given a free pass here.
Tops for 3 apiece.
Game shot on a sixth flag.
And a great
Tommy
last start
Morris.
there from Tommy Morris. And we are back at 3-0.
Well, 3 of the 5 games so far
Seventh
this
and
morning have
final leg.
gone the
It's Ashley to throw
distance.
first. Game on.
This leg will be the biggest we see all day. Coleman wins it. He goes on to 16
57.
points. He'd move top of the table. If Morris wins it, he moves 4 points clear with just 6 points for each of the players
100.
left to play for. Vander Raman follows this match.
60.
Well, Coleman's opened up an
100.
opportunity here for Morris after scores of 57 and 60 of his first couple of turns. Morris of a couple of tons has given himself a slighted... Oh, no.
77.
It's another bounce out for Coleman, but at the worst possible time.
Yeah, absolutely. And after that 160 checkout, it really looked like it was going Coleman's way. Crafted the opportunity, but let Tommy Morris in. And Tommy Morris, talk about timing. 180 His first one of the match to leave 1-2-1 after just 9 darts.
Tommy, you require 121.
6 for the match.
81.
Sets up to leave tops after 12 in a blink of an eye.
96. Tommy, you require
To move himself 4 points clear of the top of the table. 1 left. In it goes, and that
Tommy
could
Morris.
be the win that seals the Guns' place into the Saturday night shootout. Tommy Morris moves 4 points clear with just 6 left to play for. He beats Ashley Coleman in a last leg decider, a game that Coleman had dominated in the early sways. The only time Morris led in the match was right at the very end. That at the tail of the tape, 4-3 to Tommy Morris. Coming up after the break, Michelle Vander up against Brian Raman.
Probably the worst thing you could have done is spoke to me in the back room.
Oh, you're that guy that lost like the girl kind of thing, and I'm like,
We didn't have time to stop. We barely had time to get a drink. You know, I helped put darts where it is.
Fallon Sherrick and Ted Evans played some famous matches. They played 5 times last week at the Modus Super Series. You can hear about another game they played at Ali Pali on the YouTube channel now. That on top of other bonus content, including the Bullseye Challenge, other exclusive interviews, plus 6 days of live darts a week. So do subscribe for plenty of darting chat and darting action. And the action resumes now with Michelle Vander and Brian Raman going toe-to-toe on the stage. These two not in the Group A equation. The Group A equation could well have been signed, sealed and delivered by Tommy Morris before the break. Getting the better of Ashley Coleman by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider. He moves 4 clear at the top of the table. Coleman had a 160 in there, but it wasn't enough in the end. Well, as far as these two players' days are concerned, Brian Raman lost out 4-0 to Ashley Coleman in his first match, whereas Michelle Vander got in the winner's enclosure, beating Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. And he kicks off this game with a max.
perfect start once again for Vander.
60.
Arguably, Raman will look back on that match, which, as you mentioned, went 4-0 to the way of Coleman, but 0 from 13.
100.
Had again the opportunities to take a few legs, but couldn't convert them.
55.
I don't think Raman needs to delve too deep to see where things went wrong against the Prince of Darkness.
56. Michelle, you require 102.
It's got a plethora of time to make it 1-0 here. Double 18 for 102.
84.
But there was a necessity for it to go. Raman needs to pile it in. Pile it up.
100
and pile it up he will.
80. Michelle, you require 18. Game shot on a
Yeah,
first.
but all academic in the end.
Vander
And the horse goes out in the opening leg in 13 darts.
Second leg. It's Brian to throw first.
We've touched on it yesterday and it's been touched on over the week. Perhaps haven't seen the best of Michelle Vander, but that is signs of what he can actually do up on the oche.
140. 45. 108.
Well, Vander here is going along like a horse down at Aintree at the Grand National,
100.
averaging a shade under 130 in these early exchanges. And he ain't relenting.
145.
What's happening here?
This is some performance from Vander.
100.
Could be 13 followed by a 10.
36. Game shot
It's
on a
2-0 Vander.
Michelle Vander.
He's averaging 130.7 right now, and he's even had time to miss a dart at a double.
Third leg. It's Michelle to throw first.
Yeah, this is
Game on.
outstanding from Michelle Vander.
60.
Yeah, the question is maintaining that level, but Michelle won't mind too much. He's 2-0 to the good and playing some fantastic stuff.
He hit a 60 and then had 7.5 points yanked off his average.
Yeah, but it's a great demonstration to why we say the averages
60.
are just indicators, especially when people have trouble actually checking out the leg. It's not always reflective of how the match goes.
100. 84.
Well, this time in the last leg, Vander, my apologies,
44.
was left sat on a double.
$24.
Yeah, not quite following the 13 and the 10 on the opening two legs.
60.
Well, the man hasn't played bad in this game whatsoever. He's just been hit by a swathe of attack by the Dutchman.
93.
But he's going to get 6 from here to break the Vander throw, to make it 2-1, and the opportunity to square this match up in the next.
41.
But it's only 41, which has opened up the door for Vander who's rediscovered his scoring touch.
160.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Really was making sure. 156 here from Raman. Not going to go. So that, just those last couple of visits completely turned the leg around, and 20 required.
Game shot
For
on a
3-0 in 4 minutes and
Vander
22 seconds. If Vander can get this done in 12 darts or less, he could break the
Fourth
record.
flag. It's Brian to throw first.
How many times have we said that this week?
How many times have you said that this week? I'm not getting excited until we get nearer the business end.
Are you telling me to calm down now?
Absolutely, always.
Michelle needs to calm down. That was an
52.
excitable dart. $100. .541 the record for quickest game at the Super
66.
Series. That will probably put pay to that. Morris came close to doing it earlier on today against Andy Davidson. Got that game done in 6.5 minutes. However, this is as good as we've seen from Vander here. Take the time, take the pace out of it. 101.24, 3 from 4 in the doubles, kickstart of a 13 and then a 10.
You're yet to see a ton-topping average this week.
125.
Players have been very consistent, but chance here for something on the board and not going to go for Raman.
86. Michelle, you require 158.
To complete a route, but the 158 isn't going to go, and so Raman,
58.
It should be stated, hasn't won a leg yet today. Could get it on tops.
38.
It's his first starter double in the match. It may be the only one he gets. Tots of Vander double 10. Take a bow. Michelle Vander 60 darts for a 4-0 victory in the space of 6 minutes and 17 seconds. He restricted Brian Raman to just a solitary dart and a double. He'd won the first 2 legs in 23 darts. He was then solid towards the finishing line, 4 from 6 on his doubles. He then found a ton on the nose to get the job done. Vander 4, Raman 0, Davidson, Coleman. If you thought the last one was quick, this one will be even faster. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Michelle Vander got the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 0 in the space of 60 darts. This is what we've seen so far. Now, every single game's either gone 4-0 or 4-3. We've straggled the 2 extremes. And it's Tommy Morris who's won 2 from 2. He's beaten his 2 big contenders at the top of the table. And he now has a 4-point lead at the top of the pile with just 6 points left to play for. Ashley Coleman and Andy Davidson, well, they're going to need snookers from here if they're going to go on and win the group. Whereas Vander and Raman look like they're going to be set for campaigns in Group C. It feels as if in the next few minutes everything could be confirmed. And we would confirm one of Andy Davidson and Ashley Coleman into tomorrow night at least if they could pick up victory in this next match, and they'd move themselves a couple of points behind Tommy Morris at the top of the table. And he has to take on Michel Vander, who's picked up his best performance of the week before the break. Suddenly, that win for Vander and the way he beat Brian Raman has just opened things up and made things very interesting. We said that he could be a potential spoiler. Him taking on Morris in Game 9. If he carries on playing like that,
it's Andy to throw first.
He really could upset the apple cart.
Yeah, 100%. We do like a spoiler, don't we? But very impressive from Vander
96.
To be fair, we are seeing some of the best. Saving it to the last day. We've seen the best finish from Coleman in that defeat
83.
to Tommy Morris. Took out a 160.
We like spoilers except for on the chat room. So no spoilers,
44.
chat room. You know the rules. But do get in touch via there. Any questions, comments or queries, we will bring
57.
them to you. We will gauge our opinions on some of the big stories in darts.
100.
Been a busy week of tungsten talk and tungsten tickling.
140.
Tickling the tungsten all the way to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But who will have
44.
the final fling when it comes to around about 11 p.m? Who's going to be the top tungsten tosser on week 11?
57.
To quote Chris Murphy.
96. Ashley require 164. 98. Andy require
Ashley Coleman
121.
couldn't back up his 164 with 160 with 164. It was a good
57.
last and
Ashley requires 66.
incoming break opportunity.
Tops.
26.
For once he's missed.
Andy requires 64.
Double 16
32.
doesn't quite go, and so Coleman
Ashley
returns the
require
tops
40.
for the break, and when he's free in hand on this target,
shot on the
he
first
just
leg.
simply
Ashley
doesn't
Coleman.
miss. Coleman leads 1-0 with a break.
Second leg. It's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Well, Davidson in that opening match against Tommy Morris was only afforded the one opportunity at a double, but although he did get the better of Devon Peterson, it was a tightly run match. It was 4-3, but he had 18 missed chances at a double.
83. 85. 94. 42.
As far as Davidson's day is concerned, he piles in a max there to leave himself first to a finish against throw. Lost 4-0 to Tommy Morris before then beating Devon Peterson in the last leg decider. Both his games he's averaged 81.
82. Ashley
Kind of know around about the level he's playing it today. But what can Coleman make of this 1-3-4? Nothing as of yet. Davidson
54.
comes back for 16. May only be a dart at double from here.
62.
It's only going to be one. A double 16.
30. Ashley require 80.
And again, could that be a costly miss?
It's a misfire. It's double 10. It's
Shot on
2-0
a second
Coleman.
leg, Ashley Coleman.
He is so good when it comes up clutches Coleman. He leads 2-0 and has put himself in pole position.
Third leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on. 85. 123.
Yeah, and again, Coleman just taking that advantage.
60.
And Davidson not able to come up with a reply.
Got two completely different entries into the board, it's fair to say.
58.
Davidson's really do sit down, don't they?
45.
Yeah, well, Davidson does throw with a Daryl Gurney dart, seems to have perfected that level of entry, that flatty that we talk about. Daryl Gurney quite often shows.
58.
I was going to say that the radar today hasn't quite been as strong as it has been on day 1 or day 2, but then he piles in a max to curse the commentator.
92.
He's himself on the fish, Coleman, if this doesn't go. Went for tops.
71. Ashley require 170.
I mentioned before he's hit the 160. He's not going to find the 170. So Davidson, another chance here to get a leg on the board.
32. Andy, you require 60.
Tots for 2-1. And that
40.
first dart pitched above
Ashley
the wire
require
because it sat down, was a real
138.
blocker.
Yeah, no damage done, but you feel it's really important here for Davidson
Andy
to just
require
find
20.
this double.
Game
Yeah, and
shot
find
on
it, he
third
does.
leg, Andy Davidson.
Back to 2-1, but that was only a hold and throw. Coleman still holds the cards in this
Fourth
game.
leg, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on. $140. 95. 97.
Yeah, once again, solid start from Ashley Coleman. 140, backs up with a 97.
58.
And again, no real answer from Andy Davidson.
There just hasn't been many poor scores from Ashley in this game.
55.
As he proceeds to hit a 55.
It's not your day so far, is it, Henry?
41.
Shall I go home?
No.
108.
A maximum to leave 29.
180. Ashley required
It's one of our
29.
favourite finishes. It's only been done 3 times. Double free. For
shot on the
only
fourth
the
leg,
4th
Ashley Coleman.
ever 29 checkout in the history of the Modus Super Series. It's a moment of sheer history.
Fifth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
You are rather excitable today, aren't you, Henry?
134.
Too much coffee.
96.
Honestly, you don't know the type of limbs that'll be taking place in the social
48.
media room right now because they've been waiting forever to tweet that.
100.
Could be limbs for Coleman at the end of this leg if he can complete a 4-1 win.
27.
Oh, Coleman did set up match-winning opportunities against Tommy Morris.
140.
Couldn't see out the match. He's in a good position here, but
58.
You get the sense the next phase of his development is the numerical side. If he can just work on that, he'll give himself 1 or 2 more opportunities. Very much a learning player, very much a
97.
developing player is Ashley. But developing at a very fast rate.
85.
And could
Ashley
accelerate to a
requires
4-1
68.
win in about 8.5 minutes. It's double 4. For a 4-1
And the
win and a
match,
14
Ashley
darter.
Coleman.
And Ashley Coleman keeps himself in the mix. Worst case scenario, he's going to be playing tomorrow and Friday night. He gets a bit of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 1. That's the tail of the tape from that particular encounter. Coming up after the break, it's the bottom 2 going toe-to-toe. And who would have thought that on Wednesday, the 2 players that will be in the basement battle would be Brian Raman and Devon Peterson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Brian Raman and Devon Peterson are priming themselves for battle. They're the players in P5 and P6 as far as this Group A is concerned. Before the break, Ashley Coleman kept his race to win the group alive. He got the better of Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 1, averaging 86.61, 4 from 6 on the doubles. He now finds himself a couple of points behind Tommy Miles, who'll play Michelle Vander next, and has guaranteed himself a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. In the worst case scenario for Devon Peterson, well, he's guaranteed to be playing in the morning session. Raman can still mathematically qualify for Group B, but he's going to have to win both 66 matches, probably win them big, and then hope that there's a fall-off on both Davidson and Vander
60.
Yeah, and I think if you're Brian Raman, you kind of look back at today and just think he's had a few opportunities and nothing's really
85.
quite got his way. You have to say he ran into a very improved version of Vander in his last match. Vander providing us with the first ton topper in terms of averages for the week.
I wonder what both these players will do after this session's completed, because we see a lot of players 95. Head over to a local competition which takes place in Waterlooville on a Wednesday night. We know Brian's a player that will
60.
Pick up the darts whenever he's got the opportunity to do so, but the fact that he looks likely to play the afternoon session, is it a good idea to be playing tonight, or is it just a personal preference thing?
Yeah, I think it's a personal preference.
60.
I think you've just got to evaluate how you feel afterwards. If you want to just get back on the board and try and right a few wrongs, then absolutely. But rest 41. Is also important. We've had 3 early starts. It's on the afternoon session. So for me, sometimes a good night's sleep and just come back fresh.
Refresh, revitalise ahead of what's going to be a busy couple of days, particularly in Group C, where it's only 2 from 6 that make their way through to Saturday night's final.
90.
Peterson's got 6 from 60. Raman hasn't won a leg yet today.
$50.
On the previous leg,
58.
In the previous video, should I say, Raman was left on 200 last die in hand, went for the 10. Treble 10 to leave himself the fish. Peterson splits. It's the king of the rascals.
Shot on a first leg.
And Peterson goes 1-0 up.
Second leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
The Riddler is a bit of a rascal.
140.
And that's not a tiddler from the Riddler. First leg of the day. But Peterson may have something to say about that.
80.
Yeah, first 180 of the day for Devon Peterson.
45.
And a poorly timed visit there from Brian Raman really does open the door for Devon Peterson.
40. Brian, you require 139.
Well, he said yesterday that he needed to find a spark. A big finish may have done exactly that. But the 139 isn't going to go.
Devon, you require 140.
This for the break. This would be so typical of Raman's day. So typical. And that was almost so good from Peterson, who has missed the double 86. For a number of ton plus out so far today. Bullseye! Beautifully pinned by Raman to get his first leg in the leisure on day 3. He levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Devon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, keeps the game on throw. And both these players just seeking out that first win of the day. Peterson's had the opposite 100. To Raman, as you mentioned before. That is the first leg of the day for Brian Raman. Lost both his opening matches 4-0. Devon's lost both his 4-3.
140.
Tell you what I really like from Brian today in comparison to the day 1 and 2. Things haven't quite gone his way, but we haven't seen any real telling signs of frustration as of yet. He's keeping himself in check 60. Very well. Whereas maybe, particularly on day 1, the frustration reached a little bit of a boiling point.
57.
You mentioned that he's a player that has to play with a bit of edge, but you've got to time that edge perfectly. And even though he hasn't
100.
Got the results, he's kept himself in check today.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one good thing about the Super Series. You do get to, you do get to come back. It's not like a tournament where you get knocked out first round and that's it. You get to work on your game, work on your approach, your attitude, work on absolutely everything.
And even though he's achieved so much, and we talk a lot about his part in the
70
WDF, he's still a player that is yet to reach his peak in his career. Still a player that,
59.
even though he's at the age of 27, there's still more gears for him to ascertain.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's one of the great things about darts. I've said it before, and I really do believe it. It's one of those sports that's it's kind of ageless. You keep enjoying it and you keep playing well. Look at someone like Steve Beaton. What a career.
And then you look at Richie Howson, who's playing his best darts at the age of 59.
Revenue requires 74.
Well, he went 25 tops as opposed to 15 ball with 65 left.
54.
And then drags below on the tops. Raman may only get a dart to the ball, but he pinned it in the last. And it is going to be the bull again.
65.
But he can't find this time.
Revenue require 20.
Oh, Peterson missed this for the 140 checkout.
No score. Brian, you
They
require
were wire
25.
away, but an opportunity to break here for Raman. 9 for double 8.
17. Devon, you require
Well, that
20.
has been the issue. No
Big
problems
shot
for
on the third
Devon,
leg.
though.
Devon Peterson.
2-1, the South African leads.
Fourth flag. It's Brian to throw first. Game on. 92.
And one thing that's been established very quickly with Brian today is that flashy shoe wear. He has got some set of wheels on him this morning.
100.
We do like a bit of
59.
special footwear. We can get quite a few people that have played here.
$140.
Have a look at them bad boys.
Wow.
140.
Oh, Devon ain't got a bad pair of Bobby Dazzlers himself.
100.
When you play with shoes like that,
58.
you have to back up a before.
161.
Show 17. Is this a shoe-in for a man?
Brian, you require 152.
Okay, I'll put a sock in it.
That would be nice. No.
47. Devon, you require 72.
And again, just missed the single number. Lost that lapse in concentration.
No score.
Yeah,
Brian,
bust
you
the
require
score.
105.
105 for Raman.
Felt like Peterson was in Shredsville there. He could get punished.
89.
But he's going to have to go
Devon,
back
you
to the
require
start.
72.
Double six. He's been good on double six this week. But he's now down for double three.
66.
Down to the trapdoor and it could get
Brian, you
caught.
require 16. Game shot on the
Raman
fourth
used
flag.
that first
Brian
star as a
Raman.
perfect guy. Clattered off the barrel and level we are at 2-2.
Fifth flag.
Yeah,
It's
Devon
Devon
Peterson's
to throw
had opportunities at doubles in every
Game on.
single leg. Hasn't been able to convert the 2 against the darts. It's 2 from 12 on the outer ring.
60.
We mentioned that scenario as to what players would do overnight. If you're in
59.
Devon's shoes, what would be, and they're very nice shoes incidentally, what would be your preference? Would you want to go back and do things right, or is sometimes just putting the darts away the
100.
best thing to do?
Yeah, as I say, it's always personal preference. I think for me it would be putting them away and coming back afresh tomorrow. But some players do like to try and
98.
play through it. I guess I'd probably find the compromise in the middle. I probably wouldn't attend a tournament, but maybe just go and find a nice
60.
little quiet practice spot. Just have an hour or so on the board, and you just want to come back. It's a new group, as I say, and you just want to come back and just be able to produce your best.
We're seeing Devon not exactly have a phantom throw in the background, but almost trying to have a phantom in terms of the way he grips the dart, which maybe is the issue. Maybe he's just not gripping it the way he likes it to. We saw Kevin Painter a couple of weeks ago, physically in game, just stop mid-throw to get the grip right before he released the dart.
As a player, you know if it's comfortable or not. You know if you feel right. And that's through the whole throw from the grip right the way through to the release. And
85.
if it's wrong, even if the darts are going right, if it's wrong, it is a bit disconcerting.
100.
Disconcerting. It's a
Devon, you
little bit
require
concerning.
136.
Well, he's missed double 8 for this earlier on today. He's not going to scare it here. And Raman has now got a chance to move 3-2 in front in a game that Peterson
100. Brian, you
had the
require
ascendancy
88.
from the off. But he's not even going to get a dart at the ball. He chased the treble,
71.
paid his price, and then,
Devon, you require
as per Sod's
56.
law, he hits the bullseye when he wanted the 25.
Game shot on a fifth leg. Devon
And Peterson moves 3-2 in front. He gets the double 9. I feel like he may have just got away with that leg a little bit.
Sixth leg. It's Brian to throw
you do have those legs, even though it's
Game on.
your darts. It feels like a break.
59.
It was a well-fought hold, but Devon Peterson has been in this position a couple of times today. He's had the lead, he's had the ascendancy, and hasn't been able to see out the match, and that will become slightly concerning for him.
41.
Well, we broke that spell of 4-0s in the 4-0s and 4-3s in the last game, and Coleman beat Davidson 4-1. Maybe this will be the first 4-2 of the day.
34.
If there's anyone in this room hoping for it, it'll be Devon Peterson.
$123. $56. $78.
Yeah, good switch, good last there from Peterson. Just keeps himself in touching distance of Brian Raman.
100.
Yeah, back up, trying to
59.
search out that terrible
Brian, you
20.
require 152.
Which isn't going to go, but he's got a couple of cracks at it.
95.
Likes a bullseye. Finds one and a 25. You do know the bullseye challenge was yesterday, Brian, don't you? You can see Brian's attempt as well as everybody else's attempts on the Modus Super Series
100.
YouTube channel in due
Brian, you require
course.
57.
Tops.
Game shot on
3-3.
a sixth flag. Brian Raman.
That was actually pretty boring for Brian.
Seventh and final
Yeah,
leg.
could
It's
have at least
Devon
thrown
to
it like a
throw
treble
first.
17, you
Game
know,
on.
just mix it up a bit. Boring yet efficient. And now we're back at 3 apiece, and this is where things have gone wrong for Peterson in
66.
the opening 2 matches.
And Raman will sense blood. He'll sense opportunity with Peterson kicking
60.
off relatively dry. Okay, he found a trail, but the 2 darts either side will not help.
$100. $140.
Yeah, Raman just piling on the pressure. Peterson straight in on the treble, and again.
108.
Yeah, perfectly timed. 180 there for Peterson's second one of the match.
Needs to find another treble. Finds another treble. Both players going to
140.
finish after 9,
Devon,
but
you
it's
require 155.
Peterson first poke of the 155, which isn't going to go.
Yeah, 75 left. Yeah, he's just working it out.
97. Brian,
sometimes you get that it's embroiled in the match. You just have a bit of brain fog.
But what he is going to do, he's going to come back for 2 in hand
Devon,
at tops.
58.
Still a 4-3 success. He's had to work for this win as Devon. Double 10.
48.
He hasn't got over the line yet. He may not get over the line at all.
96.
Yeah, went double, but Peterson back for 10s.
Devon, you require
He
10.
split this when he had it earlier.
Probably should have split it again. Double 2. Doesn't go. And Raman returns for his first win of the day. Splits for double 13. And because he went inside with the second dart,
Devon, you require 4.
Then, I don't know. You know what? I just don't know.
Is that awkward for Peterson?
2.
Yeah, did prove it. And you can hear the frustration, the roar from the South African.
Changing tact. And it's a change of fortune. And it's a win for Brian Raman. His first victory of the day. He gets the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 3. Still a frustrated look on the face of the Belgian. An average of 75.56, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Peterson missing 18 at the outer ring. And that's going to sting. Coming up next, Morris Vander Horst.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout. Side. This is a Stephen Bunting area of the board.
Fantastic dart from Vander Sherrick. Fantastic finish from Vander Sherrick.
Generational talent. Playing at the peak of her powers.
16. This is looking good, isn't it?
should be fun. The Women's Week coming to the Modus Super Series at the end of the month. It begins on the Bank Holiday Monday, the 27th of May, exclusively here on the Super Series YouTube channel. Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrock have both been confirmed for that particular week. The rest of the lineup will be announced in due course.
First leg.
Should be a real fun week. Should be a real good week and a real showcase of the best female players in the world. Well, for Tommy Morris, he finds himself in a position
99.
here. 18 points to his name. If he wins this one, 20 points, with the maximum Coleman can get being 20.
96.
If he loses to Devin Peterson up next and Morris wins this one, it's all over. But just quickly back onto that Women's Week. It's going to be such a great showcase, isn't it, of the women's game?
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to it, to hearing who will be appearing.
100.
But before that, obviously, we get to see Bo Greaves in Champions Week.
92.
Yeah, Bo may be very busy over those couple of weeks.
Yeah, 100%.
She may have to move to a PO postcode for a little while.
57. Tommy, you require 170.
Because she's pretty much guaranteed to be in Group A at Champions Week. Her average 93.75 is up there, one of the best you've ever seen, and I can't see 5 other averages succumbing to that.
100. Tommy, you require
15 for
55.
Topsa Morris to win this first leg in 14.
Game
In
shot
it
on the
goes.
First, leg,
First
Tommy
blood
Morris.
to the gun. Michelle in his previous match put in the best performance he saw from anybody this week. The first ton plus average. 100.2, 4th and 6th on the doubles to dismantle Brian Raman. But Morris has just had this reliability, hasn't he, all week long.
83.
We know Michelle, what he's got in his locker in that match you just mentioned, kicked off with 13, backed it up with a 10-dart leg. I should say, best of the week so far.
100.
But for Tommy, he just wants to get the job done.
68.
Michelle's one of those players, and we've mentioned it a few times this week, where you physically have to beat him. He's one of those that will give every single dart the same due care and attention.
84.
Oh, we could have the Nicholson. The Nicholson, the 350 and 6.
80. 100. Michelle, you require 170.
Do it for the asset. Do it for Nico. How way?
98.
Yeah, was that your attempt?
That wasn't a Geordie accent, no. I've been told by him I'm not allowed to ever do a Geordie accent ever.
I agree.
Game shot on a second leg, Michelle Vander.
Yeah, that's a good hold to throw. Great reply there from Vander. Seeing out that leg in 15 darts.
Third leg, it's Tommy
Been
to
a
throw
real
first.
good quality contest so far. And you have to say, if Michelle can keep these levels going for the course of his Group C campaign, he's going to be a real contender to get through.
You see, obviously, every player's experience here is different, but you do see those some of the players that come here, they just get better day on day, and arguably Michelle is having his best day on day 3. So, like I say, if he can keep it going or improve even more, then yeah, he's going to be a challenge.
135.
Just has this real composure about him. There's nothing really flashy about him. He just gets up, gets on with the game, and
92.
can play to a real high level. Well liked as well. Very well respected in amongst the practice rooms he's played in the past.
59.
Devin Peterson said that when he saw him on Monday morning, he called him the Professor.
60.
I definitely think I've seen him substitute a geography lesson for me in the past.
135.
Yeah,
Tommy, you require 156.
my geography lessons were so long ago I couldn't remember.
92. Michelle, you require 75.
18, leaves tops.
55. Tommy, you require 64.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on Tommy's throat. Now he's staring down Tops as the target.
Game shot on a
And
third
does find
leg,
it.
Tommy Morris.
Halfway
Fourth leg,
there.
it's Michel to throw first. Game on.
20 points would put him on the hill. It'd mean that Coleman would have to be perfect and Morris would have to have a meltdown.
32.
Davidson's out the race. Raman now could snake Group B from behind him.
77.
And Raman and Davidson will have to play each other as well
95.
later on in proceedings, so that race could get a little bit interesting.
100.
As you mentioned, for all these players, there's still quite a bit to play for. Still a few jostling for position, but obviously where you finish on the table
40.
also has an impact in terms of the prize money.
95. 43.
Well, Morris here, taking the darts in this fourth leg to establish a 3-1 lead.
96.
He's going to leave himself on 1-3-3 to do exactly that. And he's going to have another 6 because Vander
60.
Horst going
Tommy
to find
require
something makeable.
133.
Yeah, and he will need all 6.
59.
But just another controlled performance. 94-22 the average. 2 from 2 on the doubles. There's not been a wilt whatsoever from him.
140. Tommy requires 74.
So single 20 for Tops. Might just have to move over slightly. Bit of a blocker.
54.
Managed to get it over the
Show you
top, but
require
somehow
91.
squeezed it in between the dart and the wire.
But this would hurt Tommy if Vander Horst can find the 91. He won't. And so he's going to come back for 3 more
51.
double 10 to
Tommy
break the
requires
throw and then
20.
throw for the match.
Yeah, now he's got to try and find a route. Try and get over the top.
10.
Again, manages it, but
Show you
just the
require
wrong side of the
40.
wire.
Vander Horst mop up. Double 10.
30.
No, he can't. He's made a bit of a mess.
Tommy
And so Morris
requires
returns
10.
for 2 5s for 3-1.
Game shot on a 4
A leg
flag,
away.
Tommy Morris.
He breaks the throw of Vander Horst. He has the darts for the match. And there's the darts to put himself on group winning point.
5th flag. It's Tommy to throw first. Game on. $99. $41.
Yeah, Vander Horst, just no reply here at the moment for Tommy Morris.
60. 96. 76.
Just a few little wobbles from Tommy in this leg. Senses that finish line. It's very close.
140.
And not just the leg that wins this match, but potentially the bigger picture of it.
Yeah, 100%.
59.
Yeah, win here pretty much puts him straight into Saturday.
140.
But Vander Horst is going to make him work for it. And he could get the break here.
125.
Good recovery after dart 1. But
Michel
Vander Horst has a go at
84.
84 to make it 3-2. And treble 13 to leave Tots. So Morris
38.
for the match.
Tommy
And
requires
he put himself
82.
on the cusp of qualification. Tops. For Tommy Morris.
42.
To almost put himself over the line.
Require 46.
Oh, incoming break opportunity. Can he use that as a guide?
6.
No, he can't. You can see the
Tommy
reaction.
require 40.
And so, this is Morris's moment. Can he dart with delight? That felt pulled. He recomposes, he readjusts. But he cannot fire home. He still can't fire home.
40.
Double 10. Oh, no, he's down to double 5. And this time does find the target.
Michel Vander.
Yeah, that's a break. So back on throw in this match.
6th leg. It's Michel to throw first. Game on.
And so Morris is left to wait. He has got the insurance policy of having
24.
the darts in the last leg decider, but he may get more than that after that bounce out of Vander. The 24 start means that Morris can really make some moves in the 6th and atone for the error of the previous
100.
leg.
Yeah, but it's mightily frustrating. You go from being just 10 points away from winning the match and putting your foot in the door for
95.
Saturday's finals to now being 501 points at least away from that.
It's the equivalent of travelling from London to Edinburgh, getting near to Edinburgh, but the fuel tank runs out, but you then have to go and start back at London again.
125. $131.
He may almost be there now, Tommy Morris. 130 points away
43.
from 20
Tommy
points.
require 130.
And he misses the single number. May not have gone for it with Vander back on 214. But you could see the frustration. Just wanted to tidy it up and made a bit of mess of it.
55.
For the match.
Tommy requires
63 for Morris. Double 12. He's still not over the line, but he's going to get more chances.
Yeah, all Vander can do here is just try and apply on a bit of pressure and just hope that Morris continues
45.
to miss that outer ring for
Tommy
the match.
required 24.
They
12.
were three of the most rushed darts you will see. It felt like the pressure of the situation came to fruition there. And can Vander nick this leg from under his nose? Not on this occasion.
58.
So double 6 now, the latest target to get the job done. And it's a look of relief in the end for Tommy Morris. He got out the gates flying, but then crawled over the line. He beats Michel Vander by 4 legs to 2, which puts him on to 20 points. Just telling Michel there that he felt nervy, he felt shaky towards the finishing line. And the 4 from 18 on the doubles demonstrated that. But Morris has won, and Morris is almost there. He's 4 points in front with 4 points to play for. And if Devin Peterson can beat Ashley Coleman before the break, it'll be the man from Poole who will be top of the group. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Tommy Morris get the better of Michelle Vander by 4 legs to 2. Prior to that in this round, Brian Raman beat Devon Peterson in the last leg decider, and Ashley Coleman won the de facto shootout against Andy Davidson by 4 legs to 1. And so that means that Morris has a 4-point lead on Ashley Coleman with 2 rounds of fixtures to go in this Group A. Any win for Morris, he is in. Any defeat for Coleman, he is out. And Ashley's in action next against the player at the bottom of the pile in Devon Peterson, who hasn't won a game today, but every single game he has played has gone the full 7 legs. And so, by definition, you'd expect if first you don't succeed, try again, and you may get to your end destination. That is what the African Warrior is hoping is going to be the case in this one. But Ashley has been superb, hasn't he, today? His doubling has been on point.
Yeah, very, very strong. And that's what we've come to expect from Ashley Coleman. I think we discussed it before, and it'd be interesting to see how it pans out here. But the one element of this game, if you're going to critique anything, would be that setup play. Just making sure that you end up on a finish. Seen a few instances of leaving a 162, 169, 165. Obviously can't finish that, and has got away with it. But that won't happen all the time. You want to make sure you get the opportunity.
It's something that could potentially be an issue as he goes through the levels.
100. Yeah, 100%, because the margins are that fine now. When you look at the likes of, 2-time champions, week champion Luke Littler, it's quite hard to say. But if you look at what he does when he's playing on that big stage, he just knows the scores, and he's thinking about that from basically the second throw. Whatever the outcome is of the first, he's thinking about how he can make sure he leaves something. It is those fine margins that just are the difference at the moment.
100.
And then you got players like Jetta Klassen that think from 502. That's one of the things that a lot of the academies and the JDC are doing is making sure players know
96.
about that, because particularly in the modern era, if you get caught out on that, you do get punished a lot, particularly at the top level. And to be fair, the assembly line that's coming through the academies is scary right now.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, this is the counting that we were speaking about.
49.
And Peterson hits the 25 to leave himself on 167.
30. Devon, you require 167.
6 and 167 for Dev to get the first leg on the board. And Tommy Morris will be waving an Africa Warrior scarf
44.
in the air right now in the practice room. Hoping he can get the job done so he can sit back and relax for the rest of the day.
99. Devon, you require 123.
Early chance for a break kit. We'll need to find a 54. Needs the ball.
98.
Not to be.
Ashley requires 74.
This will be a holder throw that will feel like a break for Ashley if he can pin this double 16.
66.
Double 8 couldn't go.
Devon's
going to return.
25. Game shot on a first leg.
Double 8 there for the break.
Peterson.
And the way that Ashley Coleman pins tops, when that 42 goes in, you almost think he might be better off just going 14, 20 tops.
Game on.
Just has it on a string right now.
$100.
Yeah, Devon just constantly talking to himself. He's working hard. And his game, for me, just hasn't looked that comfortable up there so far.
$140.
Is he trying a little bit too hard at points?
100.
I think when things start going wrong, you really do overthink certain elements of the throw, and you can't. I'm quite guilty of doing it myself, and in times where I'm struggling, you think, well, I've hit it like this. So how did I throw it? How did I stand? Where did I stand on the oki? And as soon as you start thinking about all these things, it takes away some of that concentration of the actual job in hand.
78.
Obviously, can't really speak for Devon and in his mindset, but I know from personal experience that you can actually you can think too much about the process as opposed to actually what you're trying to achieve and what you're trying to do.
$137. Devon, you require
This is a 2-0, 101. Down for treble 19. Would have left the double 12. Coleman may just get a dart at the ball here, but we know how good he's been
69.
last dart in
Ashley
hand.
require
He may
86.
have to be with Peterson sat on a double. Bull is not buried.
52. Devon, you require 32.
Just moving over, trying to use that dart as a marker. And does.
On a second leg,
And that
Devon
is 2-0
Peterson.
to Devon Peterson. I feel like I've seen Devon, especially today, take
Third
the
leg,
initiative,
it's Ashley
find
to
that
throw
lead.
first.
But as we mentioned
Game
before,
on.
has lost all all 3 games so far, 4-3. Just cannot see out the
57.
match.
And if Peterson can get his first win of the day here, it will confirm Tommy Morris's place into Saturday night's final.
108.
Maxi for Dev.
45.
Can he follow up? Okay, I'll shut up.
Yeah, when is too soon? I think 3
60.
darts is far too soon.
Curbing my enthusiasm.
I don't mean to.
127. $54.
Well, there is a possibility of using the bullseye with the last dart there. The 25 would have left himself on 167.
And I think, although the bed was quite open on the treble 20, I understand why he may have gone for it. I don't actually know if the 25 would have actually gone through the thought process, and that goes back to what we were talking about.
$29.
Well, the planning process was okay there from Devon, but the execution was a little bit off, and he's gesticulating in the background a
40.
similar thought process.
Devon's a bit 2-0 up, kicked off this leg with a 180 and just hasn't been able to follow it up. And now Ashley Coleman
100.
has a chance to
Ashley require
hold if he can find this 132.
Can I find the treble 19, which would have left in the ball, and so
64.
Peterson is back for the double
78.
break at a 3-0 lead. It's going to be a solitary dart at tops. No, it's not. He's missed the big
38.
number.
Ashley requires 68.
And how costly will that prove? Double 2 required.
66. Devon, you require 40.
Peterson got away with it, but still has to convert.
One left.
No score.
Grazes the wire, but Coleman
Ashley
is sat
required
fair
2.
in the madhouse. One up,
Shot on a
one
third
in,
leg. Ashley
and
Coleman.
back to 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Devon to
Well,
throw
you can't
first.
wipe the smile off the face
Game on.
of Devon Peterson. It takes a lot to do that.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a pained smile, I would say. That's a massive opportunity come and gone.
100.
You've worked with Devon in the past. Is he a philosophical character? Will you look upon this week in that kind of
140.
sense?
Yeah, I think so. He's very reflective and he's very honest about his performance, and he knows he works very hard at the game, so he will. But being human and a dart
60.
player as well, there will be elements of frustration that it just hasn't quite all come together. Obviously, we will see him for the rest of the week, and things can change.
96.
Davidson said it this morning. It's all about on the day darts.
And the key for these players is to make it through to Saturday night, and you can be here on a
45.
Saturday evening at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. www.dartshop.tv, the place to be to get your tickets, or alternatively,
83.
scan that QR code, which will take you over to the website. It's a £2 booking fee. Free drinks for a tenner. It's not a bad Saturday night out. Champions Week is on Saturday the 25th of May. The final of
140.
Women's Week is on Saturday the 1st of June. And tickets are available up until the end of July here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I want to have a summer of darts on the south coast and enjoy the darty party in Pompey.
$50.
And if you're lucky, you might get a signed photo of Chris Murphy.
I bet you've got one of you pinned up in the bedroom on the wall.
Yeah.
86. Devon, you require 106.
Smooth 3-1 in front. Triple 18, double 16. Not to be. And so Peterson, who
58.
had darts to move 3-0 in front in this match, could be hauled back in. And Coleman and tops is an inevitable mix. And back we are at 2 apiece.
Fifth flag, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
You could actually do that, could you? Some kind of like Modus collector's cards.
132.
You could have a shiny Binks.
And if you had it in a sticker album, it would have to be, Hinks in 127.
Yep.
I think I'd put you at 29. I've never seen anyone quite so excited at 29.
Anyone who collects me in a pack will probably throw it away and try and trade it.
120.
I have to pay people to have photographs.
$60.
And of course, you come on Saturday, you can have your selfies taken with Jack Garwood.
108.
That really is for the hardcore fan.
$100.
Well, Coleman,
Ashley
69.
69.
Double 6 for an 11-dart leg and a 3-2 lead. He has turned this game around to some tune, to the point where Devon wants to get to the hockey quickly, but he's being told to wait.
Yeah, of course, just have to take that little pause. Devon battling once again to try and level this match at 3 apiece. But Coleman just seems to have found that extra gear.
96.
Devon will feel like this is one that he's let slip if he does go on to lose the match. But it's still very much game on.
83.
When that first dart is like that, usually he finds bedfellows. He finds another there. He could be on for an 11 dart of his own here.
Yeah, really has a great response from Peterson.
96. Devon,
he does have time on his side.
$22.
Yeah, made a bit of a hash of that. And now under serious pressure as Coleman fires in a 180.
Devon, require 59.
Is that a max that could knock Peterson into submission? Oh, he strayed the other side into the single one.
20.
And Coleman's going to come back for the match to keep his hopes of winning the group alive. It's double 8, and it is a 14-dart leg there for Ashley Coleman to get the leg won, get the game won. It was a real spurt towards the finishing line, an 11-dart followed by a 14-darter. A 4-2 win for the Prince of Darkness. Vander and Davidson follows after this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ashley Coleman kept his chances of winning Group A alive, getting the better of Devon Peterson by 4 legs to 2. Andy Davidson is in a race to stay into Thursday and Friday night action when he takes on Vander, who has found some decent stuff today. And the group's only ton plus average of the week in the 4-0 win he had against Raman in the middle of the day's action. But for Davidson, 2 real good days to kickstart. Wednesday hasn't quite followed the plan he would have liked, but he's hoping to get himself in the winners' enclosure for the second time on this Wednesday morning against the Dutchman.
140.
He was quite open, wasn't he, Davidson, when he was speaking to you earlier about...
134.
When he's spoken throughout this week, you know, he came here with not too many expectations, and he knows it's each day at a time, but it has been very impressive. You wouldn't have thought he was a debutant here.
And I think that's the biggest compliment you can pay him, to be honest.
135.
And the other thing is, even if he doesn't have a successful Group A campaign, I think he's shown enough,
100.
even in these first couple of days, to maybe want to invite back in a Group B or Group C scenario.
108.
Yeah, absolutely, and that just goes to show what we've been talking about.
Require 121.
Vander has left 1-2-1 after 9, and he may have to take it out. Because Davidson here is on for potential 11-dart break.
52.
Double 16. Get back. Get back.
20.
Now go and retrieve him.
Show you require 43.
Yeah, just the wrong side, and a bit of a let-off here for Vander. If he can convert, needs tops. Need tens.
33. Andy, you require 32.
And so back for more. Doesn't need any more. 13 darter, leg 1, and this time it is in.
Yeah, nice little salute there, just making sure. Yeah, that was very
Second
clearly
leg, it's Andy to throw
32.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I don't know a dart player that hasn't walked. Sometimes
83.
it just feels like it's in.
$140.
But then you've got to win the leg, because you think you walked and you've not won the leg, and someone goes, oh no, that's dangled
80.
out.
$140.
Yeah, when you do walk forward and you have to step back, it can be, you can get a bit embarrassed. But as I say, I don't know a player that hasn't done it in the past.
$100.
Well, for the second leg in a row, Vander has left 1-2-1 after 9.
100. Michelle, you require 121.
And again, you feel it's something that might have to go here. Can't find the 51 on this occasion, so
57.
Davidson for a 2-0 lead. 117 required.
117.
Single 17 leaves tops.
97.
Just
Michelle,
below.
You require 64.
So, to square up at 1 apiece. 1 dart at tops.
44.
Goes below, and so Davidson
Andy, you require
to
20.
double his advantage, averaging 105 here.
Gave shot on a
And he
second
moves
leg.
2-0
Andy
to the good.
Davidson.
This has been a real good performance up to press from the Scot.
Third leg, it's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Michel's kind of getting a taste of his own medicine as to what he inflicted upon Brian Raman earlier.
96. $84.
There's another thing that I've noticed about Davidson. Even if he has got a disappointment, be it within a match, finds himself behind, or like today, just hasn't performed as well as he has the other 2 days. Just seems to be able to bounce back, just refocus.
99. $95.
Left himself on the little fish. Otherwise known as the Nemo.
Michelle, you require 130.
Is this going to be mine? Does he go for the bull? Yes, he does,
87.
and he misses it.
108.
Yeah, great response there from Davidson, but
Michelle, you require 43.
Vander Horst looking at tops.
Game shot on
Yeah,
a
this
third
time does
leg,
find the
Michelle
target.
Vander Horst.
14 darter. This has been a real good contest.
Fourth
Both
leg,
players
it's Andy to throw first.
averaging in excess of a ton after the 3-leg mark.
140.
Yeah, I think for Davidson, I think he's probably quite aware that Brian Raman, who is up next against table topper Tommy Morris,
100.
I think he knows he's tapping on the shoulder. He wants to at least ensure that he will be
140.
playing tomorrow night, Andy Davidson, in Group B.
What a contest. What a match we are watching.
125.
Those are the averages there. Davidson just under 109. You know, I said a few moments ago that
85.
he's probably done enough to maybe justify another invite. He's not doing the case and the cause another disservice here.
96.
No, absolutely
Andy,
not.
you require
Again,
136.
down to a finish after just 9. Won't convert, but will look to set up.
96.
He's tops after 12. Win here for Davidson would move him for clear of Raman temporarily. And Brian's going to play Tommy
Andy, you
next.
require 40.
That's not kind. He's got a little bit of the right-hand corner to
20.
find, but he dives
Michelle,
over
you
to the
require
left and he dives down
151.
low.
Yeah, shake of the head from Vander Horst. Well off target.
27. Andy, you require 20. Game shot on a fourth
And it's
leg,
3-1
Andy
to Davidson. One away from victory, which would put him close towards that Group B
Fifth
spot.
leg, it's
That
Michelle
Group
to
B
throw
slot
first.
tomorrow,
Game on.
Friday night.
$97.
Yeah, good switch there. And we know Vander Horst will make Andy Davidson work for this win.
99. $108.
And this is what Michel will do. He'll make you work for everything that you're going to get.
100. $54.
Well, he left the 130, left the little fish early to miss the bullseye.
92.
Can he do any better with the big
Michel, you
fish?
require 170.
Little fish, big fish. And the chances can go in a cardboard box.
98. $50. Michel, you require 72.
To pull one back, bring it back to 3-2. Another. Tops.
52.
Doesn't go. And so
Andy, you
Davidson,
require 160.
for a blockbuster way to win the match. I think the raise of the eyebrow said all you needed to know.
60.
Yeah, not happy
Michel, you
with that
require
at all.
20.
Double 5.
Game shot on a fifth
Yeah,
leg.
makes the
Michel
adjustment
Vander
well.
Horst.
But Davidson has got the insurance policy of the fact that he is throwing to win the
Sixth
match
leg.
here.
It's Andy to throw first. Game on. $96.
When you do have such a lead, I know it is just a race to 4, but when you do have that head start and you see your opponent start creeping back,
41.
just that pressure can pile on.
$100.
And then he piles the pressure back. On the cusp potentially now, but have a look at this. For a pass from
125.
Michel. Well, it's been the best performance we've seen from Andy Davidson here at the Super Series. That 140 brings his average above the ton mark for now. He's probably going to dip below that now. But he could be more than pleased with his efforts here.
Andy, you require 85.
Could be for another 11 dart leg. It's double 14.
57.
Doesn't get the job done as of yet.
Yeah, but time on his side. Plenty of time on his side as he comes back
45.
for double 14.
Andy, you require 28.
Dart 14 finds double 14, and it's a superb win, a superb performance from Andy Davidson. An average of 97.45, 3 180s, that's despite 10 missed darts at a double. Well, that is why he is one of the best tartan talents out there. He beats Vander by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Tommy Morris can secure his passage through to Saturday night's final if he can get the better of Raman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that man there, Tommy Morris, is on the cusp of success in Group A. A win in this game against Raman will seal his passage into Saturday's finale without any kind of need for a fanfare finish. Well, there was potential signs in his game against Vander that he might have been cracking amidst the pressure, but he got over the line in the end, and he may have broken the back as far as this group is concerned. A win against Raman, he will seal his passage, he'll get over the line.
57.
In terms of the week, these guys are at 1 apiece, but for me, just from yesterday, Tommy Morris just seems to have come to life. Absolutely dominated.
57.
It's Raman possibly at the stage now where he's looking at reset mentality for Thursday and Friday's action.
Yeah, perhaps, but Vander, you know, he's just behind him on the table.
60.
He's only 2 points in front, and Raman will want to at least stay, you know, in 4th position if he is to go into Group C.
59. 97.
Well, Morris has taken the throw in this opening leg.
100.
Ton leads himself on 107 after a dozen.
140. Tommy require 107.
This for the opening leg for Morris. Please miss the big number.
75.
And that perseverance
Brian,
in that
you
last throw
require
from Raman,
90.
the 140. Left him on 90 and he misses the big 20. And can't find the adjustment. So Tommy Morris for an
50.
early break needs double
Tommy,
16.
you require 32.
For leg 1 of 4 he needs. Double 8.
16.
Raman comes back
Brian,
for
you
tops.
require
Morris missed
40.
14 at a double in his game against Vander. And he's going to get more to
30.
get leg 1 done.
Tommy, you require 16. Game
And
shot
it
on the
goes.
first leg.
Morris
Tommy
breaks
Morris.
and he leads by a leg to 0. He has got the first step of 4 that he needs to complete his
Second
Group A
leg,
conquest.
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on. 100.
If you could give Brian Raman a
60.
tap out button, there may be a possibility he would say yes to it around about now
60.
and just reset for his campaign to come.
60.
Yeah, today for some of these players now, it's just getting the job done. Hopefully finishing on a bit of a high. And then coming back fresh tomorrow.
95.
For the brand new challenge. New players. Just mixing it up a bit.
Yeah, the players that are coming in for the rest of the week. Group C.
140.
Deep breath.
You've got
Richard Rowlands.
Very good.
134.
Brandon Weston and Sean McKinney. Whilst Group B is Aidan Kirk, Scott Taylor and Trina Gulliver.
97. Tommy, you require 112.
This is for 2-0. This is to put him halfway there. Double 8. Almost there.
104. Brian, you require 144.
Double 12. Oh,
Game shot on the second
superb!
leg. Brian Raman.
The Riddler with a massive moment.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first.
At last, he says. At last.
Yeah, a little sly look up to us in the comms box to go, well, where did that come from? I know it's in there. And we know it
41.
too, Brian. It's good to see.
100.
Yeah. Probably thinking what we're saying about him.
$60.
But it's back to business as usual for Tommy Morris.
$95. $60.
Yeah, stayed there to leave the 164.
94.
Yeah, good last
Tommy,
room.
you require
Brian Raman, but not enough to leave him
164.
on the checkout. So 6 here for Tommy Morris.
It's one of those that
92.
he lives in Scott Mitchell's neck of the woods. He's a practice partner of Scott Mitchell, as Scott Mitchell has said in this very chair that he'll go for every finish that's
Tommy
available.
requires
And Tommy
72.
Morris subscribing to the Mitchell mentality. Tops. Would have been for the break in 2-1.
Brian, you require 71. $46. Tommy, you require 40.
So for the break and for 2-1, it'd be the third consecutive break at the beginning of this match.
Game shot on the third
16
leg.
data.
Tommy Morris.
And now Tommy Morris is halfway towards the victory post.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on. $125.
Yeah, Morris now really does seem to have the bit between his teeth.
60. $137.
If you can see us in the commentary box as nods of approval. No one can hear them,
100.
but very impressive with how Tommy's playing right at this moment.
108.
There's people that crawl over finishing lines and there's people that run towards them, and Tommy Morris is doing the latter of which. He's left 59 after 9. He's on for a potential 11 dart leg to move one away. Oh, that's magnificent for Morris. And the gun is one leg away from the Saturday night shootout.
5th leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 128. 58. 100.
Well, man's left himself on 273 after 6. Anything could happen at the next visit.
140.
Yeah, the games, they have been relatively hard to predict. And
26.
I think everyone, barring maybe Ashley Coleman and Tommy Morris, they'll look back at this perhaps and just think it's the consistency.
139.
Most players today have had a little bit of trouble on the outer ring as well.
140. Tommy require 164.
This would be some way to seal his passage through. Bullseye. Would have been some way to have fired him through.
Tommy require 107.
Right, so he went 25, double 16, for then a poke at the bull. This to send him through. It bounces out at the worst time.
Brian, you require 43.
Well, to narrow the gap to 3-2. He's double 13.
30.
Doesn't go, and so this is Morris's
36.
moment. Double 18. And the gun fires his way into the Saturday night showdown. Tommy Morris is through to the finals. And there's the celebration. The gun has been firing in all cylinders from first thing on Monday morning. He has now fired his way through to the final. And look how happy he is. He gets the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1, who smiles and congratulates Tommy, but knows that he feels like he should have been there himself. Well, that seals his progression through. The last round is now a dead rubber, but there is positions to jostle for. But there is prizes to be had. And we see Vander and Coleman up next after this.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first up from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He
seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tommy Morris has booked his place into Saturday night's final, getting the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1, averaging 93.64. A superb performance. And so he is into Saturday night's final, courtesy of that. 22 points to his name. Coleman can only, at the best point now, get to 20 points. And Morris, well, he is clearly into the finale. Andy Davidson has booked his place into Group B. And so the rest of our matches are to secure who goes where in terms of league positioning. Michel Vander can move himself on to 12 points if he gets the better of Ashley Coleman. However, if Coleman wins this match, every single position in this group would have been sorted pretty much. Should be an intriguing affair, and I just hope that for Ashley the adrenaline hasn't waned because of his mathematical hopes of winning the group are over. We can breathe at last.
First leg,
It's
it's Michelle
been
to throw
a
first.
really quick fire couple of days. And the other thing we mentioned earlier, Coleman did play that very last game in yesterday's session, and it just felt like he was running on
99.
fumes. And wonder what he's got left in the tank today.
64.
Reminder that we'll be back tomorrow, Friday afternoon, 1 o'clock and 10 o'clock, respectively, on the Super Series YouTube channel, where tomorrow night will feature the defending
59.
champion, Scott Taylor, a second tilt at retaining the crown. He's in a group alongside Aidan Kirk, Trina Gulliver, Ashley Coleman and Andy Davidson.
58.
Just need to confirm which order's which in terms of where Coleman and Davidson is going to be placed.
43.
Because that does determine the fixture scheduling.
Yeah, and I think the likes of Coleman and Davidson are going to go into that group quite confident because they've both performed very well
45.
consistently throughout the week.
$58.
Well, Vander 6 starts from 165 to take out the opening leg. Went bullseye first start.
105.
Double there. Would have left in a position to leave himself a double. But he's going to spurn 1 to have 2 at tops.
97. We show you require 60.
Tops it is. Double 10. To give
Shot on
Vander
the
the
first
lead.
leg,
1-0
Michel
to
Vander
the Dutchman.
Yeah, for me, Vander
Second leg,
one
it's
of the
Ashley
most
to throw first.
improved performances
Game
day by day. Been his best day by far today. And that's got to give you confidence
100.
going into the next group stage.
Morris, Peterson and Davidson Raman
44.
are the final 2 games that will follow this particular encounter. If you missed any of the action today, and it has been quick fire,
83.
then head over to the Super Series YouTube channel for our highlights package, which will be available shortly after
85.
play finishes here on day 3. And whilst you're there, do drop a subscribe. Plenty of great
100.
content available on there. There's in-depth interviews, there's fun challenges, and all sorts of like darty, funny type thingies.
So let's get into the end of the session. Darty, funny type thingies. Brilliant.
84.
Peter Drury must be quaking in his boots.
100. Ashley, you require 134.
134. He isn't going to go.
54.
Here's himself on 80. Vander Horst may go ball here, but he's decided to start on the 20s. Will leave himself on tops upon his return. Coleman may only get a dart at tops. He's going to get 2 at double 10. Double 5.
75.
Doesn't go.
Michelle, you require 40.
Yeah, narrow misses, but how important will they prove to be? 10's now off of Vander Horst.
20.
Not to be, and so Coleman
5.
to level this game up. Double 2. Madhouse.
Game shot on a second
Roadhouse.
leg. Ashley Coleman.
1-1.
Third leg. It's Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Second 180 of the match there for Vander Horst.
95. $59. 174. 100.
Yeah, Vander Horst there leaving himself not on a finish. 162.
80.
And that is a good last start there from Coleman to leave 152.
There's going to be scoreboard pressure applied. Maximum scoreboard pressure applied.
130.
He is himself on double
Ashley
16
require
after 12.
152.
May not get a go. And so Vander Horst will return
81.
free in hand.
Be sure you require 32.
Double 8.
Game shot on
Pinned
the third
for
leg.
15.
Michelle
And
Vander Horst.
Vander Horst moves 2-1 in front.
Fourth leg. It's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Ashley really wanted to get on with it there.
Yeah, he was kind of impatiently looking
41.
at the scoreboard.
So if you're new to us here at the Super Series, we have a little bit of a stop clock
96.
between legs. 10 seconds between legs, so things could be refreshed.
182.
Maybe the wait was worth it, Ash. He's first of the game. Michelle's had a
140.
couple.
$83.
Michelle, unfortunate there with that bounce out, so unable to
39.
leave himself on a finish. So Ashley Coleman hit. Should be on something quite tidy after this throw.
99.
Left himself on a 2-darter to square this game up at 2 apiece.
56.
And to give us a best
Ashley
of 3-leg
required
shootout.
98.
Double 19.
66.
Wow, he's split.
Michelle, you
He is
require
split. He has said that
170.
Vander Horst is not going to take out this 170. He was right.
It is always a risk, though.
60.
Always a risk, but
Ashley, you require 32.
it was calculated.
One left. Well, you would have almost
16.
put your house on
Michelle, you require 110.
Coleman hitting it with free in hand. Double 16. To royally punish.
Michelle Vander Horst.
And Vander Horst moves 3-1 in front. He gets the break, and now he has the darts for the match.
Fifth flag. It's Michelle to throw first.
His second
Game
ton
on.
top of the day. In fact, he's become the first player to hit more than one ton topper in proceedings.
100. $139.
Coleman it's kind of a characteristic of both these players, really. You really do have to work quite hard to pick up any points
60.
against either of them. They don't give anything away.
26.
Well, that 26 as we applied the door opener for Vander.
59.
But he couldn't apply the door stop. These two
93.
will head down different paths on Thursday and Friday respectively. Ashley will be playing in the night session. Vander will be playing in the day.
34.
For Vander, he's kind of dilly-dallied around the different groups. His first appearance, he played in Group C. His second appearance, Group B.
99.
And now an appearance in Group C on appearance number 3. And he'll be hoping to make it through to the finals for the first time on Saturday night.
84. Ashley require 144.
He's definitely shown what he can do, especially today, Vander.
60.
He does find himself in that
Ashley
Group C, which
require
is
164.
notoriously quite a tough one to get out of.
I think he's got the best chance he's ever
Ashley
had
require 84.
of making it through to a final. Coleman has one dart at the bull.
59.
Doesn't go.
And
so Vander should at least get a match dart from here. And it's at tops.
44.
And it goes below. And
Ashley
so Coleman 25 to pull it back. Double 4. 2s. Never lose, but it could have lost him the game.
Show you require 20.
So double 10 for 4-1 win for Michelle Vander, who showed some real positive signs on this Wednesday at the Super Series. A 4-1 win against Ashley Coleman means that he is going to move up to 4th temporarily. That's the tail of the tape there. Coming up next, we're going to watch Tommy Morris and Devon Peterson go toe-to-toe on the Super Series stage. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tommy Morris has a victory lap in front of him here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He sealed his passage through to Saturday night's final. A couple of games to go, getting the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 1, averaging 93.64 in the process. He takes on Devon Peterson, whose campaign is going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday, respectively. He's hoping to build up some confidence and pick up a win, which will help him on his way towards the next group that he's going to be playing in. Well, these two are in different directions. Actually, the bookenders battle as far as the week is concerned, and no matter what happens, Tommy's going to finish top, and 45. Devon's going to finish bottom.
Yeah, Devon Peterson's campaign, arguably, is almost the opposite of Vander. Davidson started off, he had 2 wins on day one, had 1 yesterday, hasn't managed to find one at all today. So just 3 wins from 15, or from 14. This one obviously 59. Still in play.
So when that first start sits there is where he's getting joy. He hits maximums just like that. There was once upon a time, he's one of the premier 180 hitters in the world.
140.
Yeah, absolutely renowned for it on the PDC circuit.
But it's that dart below
55.
which causes the issues for Devon. And you can see there, he's trying to chase around.
100.
He doesn't tend to switch or move around the board very much, Devon. As you say, when that first start is there, and that's the awkward one, just needs to lift it over the top and just can't quite find a route.
Tommy require 157.
157 for Tommy isn't going to go on this occasion, and so Devon returns for the 106.
Devon, you require 106.
Treble 18. Would have left double 16, so Morris returns for double 12 to
58.
Take out
Tommy
this first leg.
24. Game shot on the first leg. Tommy
And then
Morris.
it goes. And he has a little bit of a laugh with Jack Garwood. There was an incident earlier on today where Tommy Morris hit double 12. Jack didn't call it. He thought it went inside, and Morris has made him look like a right mug.
It's one of the things about weeks here at the Super Series, the banter and the camaraderie between not just the players but the officials that
99.
Have to get everything up and running.
Does a great job, does Jack Garwood, our referee.
50.
We've all been there. But it's all in good nature. It's all in good humour.
100.
There he is. Superb referee. One of our great team of match officials here at the Super Series.
85.
One of the likes of Owen Binks, Paul Hinks. Marco Mayo, of course, we had last week from the Netherlands. You knew the leg was done because he'd give you a yeah.
41. $70.
You have to say, despite the fact that Tommy knows he's through, he's going to be playing here on Saturday. And yeah, he did have a bit of a joke on the stage just then, but as soon as he toes that hockey, it is business as usual.
It is all game on.
Tommy, you require 100.
He's got 6 to 2-0. But the level hasn't really waned. So take away the joviality of everything. He's still averaging around 88, 69, which has kind of been his basis in and around for the entirety of the week. And at times, at most times, actually, probably skirted higher than that.
56.
Toss to 2-0.
36. Devon, you require 58.
Tops for Peterson to level it at 1 apiece. Now 10s. And there's that drop again that we've spoken about.
38. Tommy, you require 20.
For 2-0. In it goes. Morris gets the break that he needs. He leads 2-0.
Third leg. It's Tommy to throw first.
Still trying to find it. You can see there he's trying to find the The right grip and the right angle in which to release the dart.
137.
You can tell it's really playing on Devin Peterson's mind, just
60.
trying to get the balance right, trying to get the feel right. You know as a player when something feels good, when you've got the release and everything else.
41.
Desperately trying and desperately searching.
85.
For the joy of playing the week is he has got another couple of days to put it right in Group C tomorrow and Friday afternoon.
140.
Yeah, but Peterson, he's done good things so far this week.
100.
The majority of his results have been 4-3. It's just gone the wrong way, and it's just that consistency towards the back end of matches
100.
seems to have been a bit of an issue.
Tommy, you require 119.
119 for 3-0.
89. Devin, you require 120.
Triple 20 tops. That's just squeezed in. It's tops for 2-1.
80.
Just above the wire.
Tommy, you require 30. Game shot on the third leg.
I'm not
Tommy
sure that was quite the
Morris.
double that Tommy Morris was looking to leave, but no matter. Does it affect?
Fourth flag.
Checks out
It's Devin to
effectively
throw
and
first.
3 to the good.
Game on.
You can just see that shake of the head there from Devon. Has had a couple of chances at the outer ring. Had 3, in fact, but couldn't convert any.
Feel like he's got it all
60.
to do in more ways than one.
$55.
Well, that's the most audible sign yet.
26.
If you could offer Devon the tap out button, I wonder whether he'd press it now.
Yeah, I was going to say he's
100.
not, from my experience, the type of person that gives up, doesn't relent. He's just trying to work his way through it.
55.
The one good thing is he's going to have a bit of a longer break.
58.
About 24 hours between groups, between matches. Bit of time just to reflect and also relax as well.
Well, it actually will kick off exactly 24 hours from now.
81.
That's how quick it's been.
Yes. Speedy sessions.
28. $140.
Well, the 140 leads on 139 to get one back. But what can Morris do by way of response? 140 of his own.
Yeah, exactly that.
Devin, you require 139.
Got options here. Goes for treble 13, just on the wrong side of the wire.
$77. Tommy, you require
Well, this,
120.
to round off his campaign in style, it's tops. It's
Big
been
shot
Morris's
and the match,
group,
Tommy
and it
Morris.
ends with a comprehensive win for the gun. He beats Devin Peterson by 4 legs to 0 and rounds it off with a 120 finish. The gun, who has been firing all week long, he's going to have a couple of days rest. Devin Peterson is going to battle it out in Group C on Thursday and Friday. One more game to go. Davidson up against Raman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that 4-0 win for Tommy Morris has confirmed every single position in this group ahead of our final game between Andy Davidson and Brian Raman. So for this pair, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and it's an opportunity to end their campaigns on a high. These two will be heading in different directions on Thursday and Friday.
First leg, it's
Andy will be playing in the night
first.
session in Group B.
Game on.
Raman will be playing in the afternoon in Group C. I get the sense we're going to have a little bit of fun in this game.
Yeah, well,
140.
we have mentioned it on a few occasions that Brian Raman, especially at the business end of legs, it's quite hard to predict in what direction he's actually going to go.
56.
So, yeah, as it's all sewn up, I imagine he can play with a little bit of freedom.
100.
A man playing with freedom.
120.
Yeah, things like that. But it's effective.
What in the Daniel Lee playbook is this?
140.
Davidson's left himself on the finish after 9. A man could leave himself anywhere.
100. And you require 121.
Triple 17 would have left the bull, and I think he would have gone for the bull.
55. Check 53. $55. And you require 68.
Double 16.
36.
Oh, Raman opted to
Brian, you require 170.
fire in a 15 in his last start to leave the big fish. Not going to go, and he looked rather disappointed about it.
100.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
32.
showmanship about him there, wanting to take the big fish out.
It's like you say, they want to, players want to end on a high.
70.
Tops.
Game shot
1-0 Raman, pinned dead centre of the bed, and he gets the break.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 42. 100.
And Davidson now having to find a break of his own.
140.
As we say, Raman's got this opportunity to play with that little bit of freedom.
100. 85.
Well, the 85 puts him just about in control of this leg.
58.
Davidson's just put the foot off the tiller a little bit.
58.
He's got the opportunity to make it 2-0 here, Raman. If Davidson comes up try, he'll have 6 on 176.
95.
Yeah, that could be an important last start. But as you say, Raman's got an opportunity here to set something up.
85.
And just pause the last start. See from his reaction, he knew as soon as he let it go.
56. Brian, you require 91.
92 plays 91. Raman tops. Double 10.
Game shot
In
on
it
the second
goes.
leg. Brian
The
Raman.
Belgian leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Andy
It's a little
to throw
bit better.
first.
It's a start.
Game on. 96.
It was Andy that made all the opening running as well in this match.
Yeah, very much so. Raman did good to hold on in there in the first.
140.
But that was Brian Raman saving his best till last. Although,
43.
how can we really forget the back-to-back 180s?
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever be allowed to forget that.
100.
Yeah, that was just bonkers. You can watch that on our YouTube channel. There's plenty
60.
of content on the YouTube channel, including some of Luke Littler's best bits, which are available on there now.
100. 77.
Yeah,
Brian,
needed
you
the
require
treble 20 and pulled it into the 5. So 161 here for Raman.
137.
Left double 12 after 12, averaging 92.5 here. Real good performance this from the
36.
Middler.
Brian, you require 24.
You just hope that he doesn't use this as a frustration. He uses this as a source of energy for tomorrow.
No
And with
score.
Davidson not on a finish, he decided to burst the score.
Yeah, sensible option.
95.
So back up again for
Brian, you
24 for a
require
3-0 lead.
24.
Yeah, an audible. Oh, wow. Pulled it into the 9.
Nine left.
No
and
score.
he's decided to burst it again.
Andy, you require 94.
This time Davidson's on a finish and a makeable one at 94.
58. Brian, you require 24.
That's a nice guide. Chasing
Shot
around,
on
he
the third
eventually
leg.
finds the
Brian
double
Raman.
free. He gets there in the end. He leads 3-0 and is one away.
Yeah, real irony to going out on double 3 when you actually purposely
flag.
bust your
It's
score
Brian to
just
throw
to make sure you
first.
didn't leave it in the first
Aim on.
place. But got there in the end.
80.
Good recovery with dart free.
$59. $140.
Take out those missed doubles. It's been a real good display from the Riddler.
96.
Who may be closing in on a 4-0 win.
100. $140.
He hasn't quite been able to riddle them this and riddle them that.
91.
But you hope that the recovery in Group C will be a strong one.
Well, if he can kick off his campaign tomorrow with darts
60.
like these,
Brian, you require
he
90.
could find himself in good stead for Saturday night.
Bull. And to be fair, the first out of the 25 was quite a nice
Andy, you
guide.
require 146.
You opted for the other treble, but
94.
Raman back
Brian, you
for the
require
match.
43.
Double 18
Big
for
shot.
a
And the
4-0
match,
win
Brian Raman.
for Brian Raman to finish his group off. It's been a trying Group A at times for the Belgian. He looks to recover in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So the tail of the tape sees the man win by 4-0. That's the end of the day's action here at the Live Lounge in Peterson. Myself and Laura Turner will head next door to talk about all the action on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined alongside Tommy Morris, the winner of Group A. Many congratulations. You've done it again.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, it's been tough, but I got there. Got myself over the line.
What were you so pleased about over the course of the last 3 days?
Mainly the group. Like I said yesterday, when you interviewed me yesterday, I think the group helped. We all got the same sort of rhythm. Great bunch of lads, and it just sort of went with me. So, yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I enjoyed it.
It felt like this morning it was business from Dart 1. You got out of the gates very, very well, and you didn't really relinquish from there.
Well, I knew what I had to do. I knew I had to start good and get at least 3 wins under my belt, and I knew I had to get my head on. Done the same routines yesterday, and it worked. So hopefully do the same Saturday.
Well, I've always been watching all of the action. What have you been so impressed by with Tommy?
I think it's a consistency. You've been professional the whole way through. The only thing I was disappointed about was the fact that we didn't have more machine guns.
I know. I picked up the hammer on stage, which was great. I found the tool. So, I mean, it's a good laugh for me. You know, you guys know me. I'm always up for a laugh, and luckily the hammer was there, so I had to give it some of that.
Absolutely. No, it was great. But we're hoping to see more of that now on finals night.
Well, hopefully you will. Yes, get a blow up Tommy gun or something and do it properly.
Most certainly. And I just want to talk about that kind of like edge between enjoying it but then having the business head off. Is it finding that right balance for you to bring the best out of yourself?
I think where I don't drink, I'm more switched on. I think that helps me a lot because I'm more relaxed. You know, I'm not constantly down in alcohol as it is a sport. You will know that. I'm just normally drink juice or Coke or something like that. You know, that helps me in my favour, I find. Everyone's different, but it helps me. And I think that this week it's worked. So,
well, let's have a look at the table, because this is going to make you very happy when you have a look at it, because 24 points to your name into another finals night, and you've got a little bit of unfinished business with that, haven't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, coming here regularly. I've got to, I think it's 3 or 4 semi-finals now. I've got to take that next step and hopefully reach a final and win it. I mean, I know I'm capable, so I'm playing players week in, week out that are continued to play this sport, like Simon and Chaz Barstow, people like that, Scotty Mitchell. So I'm amongst it. I've just got to make my name for myself and win a week.
Is that as well a massive thing for yourself? Because the first time you came here, you came as an alternate player, an invite that got in on the Friday because the player had to withdraw. In your mind, does that justify everything that the Modus Super Series has given to you if you are able to win a week?
Of course, yeah. I mean, once you get given a chance on this sort of stage, you've got to take it. And I've come from Dorset. Scotty's done amazing, and you got to vouch for him because he's done so well for the sport. And me coming up sort of in amongst him and what he's done, I've got to do my own path now. And I think this is what's going to help me go further on. So yeah, I'm grateful for it.
And well, we've got an exciting end to the week ahead of us, Laura. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Tommy's won Group A, but Group B, that's a very tough-looking group. Scott Taylor's looking to defend the title. Agent Kirk's done well on the Challenge Tour. Ashley Coleman and Andy Davidson coming down. And we know Trina at her best can put in some real good performances as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said it, but it's actually trying to pick 2 of those players that don't actually make it through. I think Ashley and Andy, coming in from Group A, they've shown some really top performances. It was just the fact that Tommy managed to dominate. Such a good, strong front runner in Tommy Morris here. But yeah, that is a tough group. And then when you throw in the likes of Scott Taylor, who I know will want to come back, he'll want to be retaining his crown. It's going to be difficult.
I take it you've heard that Scotty Mitchell's commentating on Saturday night.
Oh, shame I can't do it really, because if the shoe fits, like I said, I mean, there's always a place for me to be in this chair too.
Well, there'll be another game of darts for the next few days, but there's no games of darts for you for the next couple of days, because you can sit back, relax, watch everybody else sweat it through. Laura, thank you for your company over the last couple of days. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thank you both for your company. Thank you for your company as well, as Tommy Morris fires his way to Group A glory. It's the gun who was top dog.